controversial takes.
They'll filter in.
No.
I also have a controversial take, but I'm saving it for the live.
Controversial take on whether or not claims are evidences.
Oh no, it's on something far more relevant and important.
Oh, what's that?
Justin, you know how you hate fun?
I do hate fun.
Well, you should not go see Project Hail Mary.
I would
because
never.
You'll have fun. You should never.
I absolutely don't want to have fun.
You should never go see it. It's a joyous and heartwarming film, and you would hate it because you're a Grinch.
If that is the case, then I will absolutely make sure it does not get on my list.
Good.
All right, I'm requesting up on YouTube.
I should do the
Ian's
same.
Here. All right, TikTok, I meant.
Yeah.
There we go. Ian, yours dropped. I don't know why.
It's because I was dropping it in my Discord.
There we go. And then give me 1 second. I gotta do one more thing.
What is Project Hail Mary about?
It's about Ryan Gosling making a buddy in space.
Making
and then they also have to
what?
like making a buddy.
Oh.
They also have to like save their planets and stuff like this, but like it's not about that.
Hmm.
It's a buddy movie about Ryan Gosling and an alien.
Doesn't sound terrible. It's like Alf.
Not quite,
Oh, unfortunate.
but it's really well done.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, we already have a guest in the guest box, which we don't really get one this early on, so I suppose we might as well grab them and get some conversations rolling. Friends, welcome in. Thank you for being here this Sunday morning. We should have hopefully a lot of good calls and fun in store. And got the whole gang right from the get-go. So let's grab Blank from our TikTok queue and hopefully have some super linear, good faith conversations. If they connect. We got the loading dots of
Impossible.
doom.
Yeah. Oh, I see them.
Maybe. Someone pray. Not so much.
Nothing.
That's so sad.
I don't know how long it's supposed to take for the whole prayer thing to be answered, but like
There's a
nothing on
latency.
my end.
Our Lord in heaven,
there is.
if you can hear us, please let Blank connect. Amen.
Well, guess their connection's drawing a blank. Take care
I
of
see
that.
what you did there.
Got their ass.
All right.
Get wrecked. Shredded.
Try RFG.
Never to return.
If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can use the link on the screen to request up. It's tiny.cc/UA guest. You ain't got to give us your email address or sign up for anything. You just got to put the link in your browser, and it's clickable in the description of the video as well. Welcome in, RFG. Are you at least 18?
I am.
And do you believe in God?
I do.
Awesome. Which God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
So you're Jewish.
I would say I'm Christian, non-denominational.
Gotcha. Okay, so you're Christian. What do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God or any God at all?
Well, I believe we're all spiritual beings. Like we're mind, body, soul, and spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And so in terms of when we process and think through things, if there's no spirituality involved, like the concept of just love itself, like I believe that God is love. The reason that what is all of existence, like why everything is here to begin with, it came from a creator creating things into existence out of that love.
Sure. Well, we can start there. I think there are possibly three things we could address. I think the first thing is I don't know a good reason to believe that we are spirits. It doesn't seem to be any evidence towards that? Is there a reason why we would think that?
So we're basing it off of what we can see or what we can feel, or what are you basing that off of? Like you have to see it to believe it, to believe that you have a spiritual sense within, or that there is something spiritual. I guess we have to break down like what is spirituality.
Well, what I'm saying is we have no reason to believe in spirits. Like there's no evidence of them, and all the evidence that we do have would point towards the fact that spirits don't exist. I think if something is completely immaterial and invisible and timeless and spaceless, we're just describing something that doesn't exist.
Okay. Do you believe like, you know how like people may see it as like ghosts or demons or just things that happen that people may claim, whether you've experienced it or other people have experienced it, that there has been spiritual activity, that's what they claim it to be, in their house, um, or even basically like there's a dark, I guess we can enter like the conversation of, is there good and evil, the dark and light, not in a science sense, but in this sense of how do I describe it?
This seems unrelated to whether or not there are spirits.
Oh no, they are related, because there's, as far as like the belief of that there's a God, there's a claim of good and evil, and the angels that are fallen because of their choices,
No, I
and
understand that, but like
Satan
for example,
himself.
you could
Yeah.
not think that any spirits exist at all and still think that there's good and evil.
Well, yes, and I would ask that person, okay, break down, why is there good and evil to begin with? Like where
Yeah.
did that claim come about
Yeah, there's good and
versus
evil because that people have reasons for action, and there's certain things that everybody has reason to do. You know, everybody has reason to live and let live because they would want other people to allow them to live and let live. You know,
Mhm,
logical consistency demands that we be consistent. Uh,
mhm.
that's why good and evil exists.
Yeah, but that turns into subjective, and to what
No?
person defines that as like, to what extent is that good, or to what extent is that evil? Well, my evil is different than your evil, so that allows the okay for me to do what I do as I please, versus there is a standard of what is good and what is evil and what we should do and what we shouldn't. But if we're
Mm.
not under that kind of like baseline, which I'm basing my baseline as whatever God says, that is what I follow,
Yeah.
versus like I'm going to live by my own means, and whatever that means in the season that I'm in, how I feel, I'm going to follow. In the next season, I might think this is okay. That's not now okay. And I'm going to follow that means, you know?
Yeah,
So,
like I
and
totally
that's where
agree.
it,
Like ethics on your view would be subjective because it's just God's opinion, but ethics on my view are objective. You know, the standard that everybody is intrinsically valuable and that you need to treat everybody as being intrinsically valuable is an objective standard. You know, you need to respect other people's autonomy, otherwise
oh,
there's no
for sure.
reason for them to respect your autonomy, and that's an
Oh,
objective standard.
yeah, I know. I do agree when it comes to my belief, like of following God and what he asks. I believe like God asks us to follow what he has said, is because to basically, it's like I see him as a father trying to protect me from doing things that, like, for example, having sex before marriage. Um, this is something that I'm just going to outrightly say, like, I did not follow this in the beginning, but it came with a lot of heartache, um, having sex before marriage, because you don't have this level of commitment to each other first and foremost before getting into something physical, which I believe that physical experience is actually also something spiritual. Not to start opening that box of spirituality again, but we can go
Mm.
back there maybe later in conversation. But that
Well, I think
like
that's
experience with
a great
someone.
example. You're giving a great
Yeah.
example of something that I think is absurd. The idea that you wouldn't have sex with somebody before marrying them to me is crazy. Why would I want to
Okay.
marry somebody that I've never had sex with? What if on our wedding night we find out that we're like completely incompatible and then I'm stuck with this person having bad sex for the rest of my life? You don't need to
Well,
have sex on the first date. What you could do is like wait several
yeah.
months until you love the person and have a deep, meaningful connection with them, and then you could have sex with them.
Well, I would be questionable of like why then if you found someone that you hold very special to you and that you find that you are compatible on other levels and means first and foremost, then to one day, whether that's your choice of 6 months, a year, 2 years, however long that takes you to find a conclusion that, like, I love this person with my heart and I want to commit to them, and then come to experience that sex after. And maybe whether you have experience or the person doesn't have experience, or you both have experience in other ways, you guys can cultivate that sexual life together.
Doesn't work that way.
Together. It doesn't work that way. It
No,
doesn't work
trust me.
that way.
I was a Christian for 20 years, and that's the kind of nonsense we used to talk about. And then I
Okay.
became an adult, and it turned out it didn't actually work that way.
Like
Yeah,
like what if your
What
parts
do you
just
mean
don't
by
fit
it?
together
It didn't
well?
work that way.
What if your
Um,
parts just don't fit together well?
some
yeah,
people,
true.
yeah, some people have like actual physical issues that prevent you from enjoying it. Some people have mental and emotional problems surrounding it. You don't just get to, you can't just decide, on your own that you're
Oh,
going to.
I'm not expecting this perfect. Like it needs this is like you're involving now expectations, and that can override like the enjoyment of loving this person.
No, my
Like,
point is like you can't just assume that once you get
yeah.
married you'll figure the sex part out. It doesn't always work that way. Does it work that way sometimes? Yes, sometimes it can, but it doesn't always work that way. And I think it's too big of a risk to leave, up to the universe to decide for you. But
Yeah.
as fun as this conversation is, I don't think we should be having a half-hour conversation on whether or not we should be boinking before marriage. I don't know if that gets us anywhere. I'm much more
Okay.
interested in the God topic. And
Okay. Yeah. Let's bring it back.
so we were talking about spirits. We can't see a good reason to believe in spirits. You brought up like ghost stories. I'm pretty familiar with ghost stories. I grew up in an area that's kind of known for we had an orphanage that burnt down and people travel from far away because they claim that ghosts are haunting, the old burned down orphanage. It is kind of a landmark. I've done all the ghost hunting and all the stuff growing up. It's silly to me. I
Yeah.
think it's people. Their brains are just playing tricks on them. They walk in the woods, they step on a stick, and somebody thinks that there's a ghost out there, or they hear a rabbit rustling in the bush. Um, Ghost stories to me are really uncompelling. We've got lots of good reason to believe that ghosts don't actually exist. That being said, um,
Mhm.
let's imagine that they did. I still don't know what that does for God. I don't see how that
Well,
would get
as
you
far
to a
as I
God.
wouldn't, okay, I wouldn't claim them as ghosts personally. I believe there is demonic activity. Like there's some people that try to reach the dead and maybe like, they go to someone who talks to spirits. And God says not to do that. And because if you're talking to anyone in the other, let's just say, realm, or like beyond this world, it's not of God. It's not your grandma, it's not your aunt that died or passed away. It's demonic activity.
Well, that's the thing is like you're saying it's demons, you're saying it's spirits and whatnot. We're saying it's your brain, right? So why would we think that these entities exist?
I'm I guess that's like you gotta choose of whether even God is real and what he says is true, just like
Well,
anything.
so what would be great is if we did that instead of first trying to prove that spirits exist.
Okay, yeah.
So go ahead.
So let's let's go back. All right. Um, I mean, first off, do you have you three You said, what was it, deconstruction zone? You said you used to believe in Christianity. Is it something because you were just born into?
Not really. No. My family wasn't super religious. I came into it on my own. I had a religious background of some nature. I went to Catholic school growing up. I had 12 years of that. I was in a small town in America, which is typically mostly Christian. So it was like cultural, like everyone around me just kind of believed it. So when when I started to come of age, I already kind of generically believed in it before I started taking it seriously. But that being said, there's not a lot of good reason to believe that Christianity is true or that Islam is true or any of the other religions are true. I think a lot of people believe that these things are true because they grow up believing that they're true and then they never bother to question what they learned growing up. But once you start asking even the slightest amount of pushback questions, these religions fall apart pretty easily. And I think Christianity falls apart especially easily because even just like a basic knowledge of the Bible will yield all kinds of problems. You'll find that it messes up history. It contradicts itself in a bunch of different places. It contradicts its own theology, like the idea of heaven and hell and the afterlife is kind of contradictory depending on what parts of the Bible you're reading. And I think for me, the most contradictory thing in the Bible is just the claims made about Jesus. Like if you look at when it says Jesus fulfilled X, Y, and Z prophecy, if you just go back and read those prophecies, it's actually pretty clear he didn't fulfill them.
What do you like? Which ones would you say he didn't fulfill?
Well, I would say all of them, but I think if you want to get the most bang for your buck, I would go to Matthew chapter 1 and Matthew chapter 2. You'll find probably about 8 different prophecies there, and it turns out none of them were actually fulfilled in Jesus. And not to make Isaiah chapter 7 the whipping boy, but Isaiah 7 gets brought up a lot in this context because in Isaiah 7, it says something that the gospel author just flatly kind of, I'm not going to say lies about, but clearly just misunderstands. So, in regards to the virgin birth, it says, "Look, the virgin shall become pregnant and give birth to a son, and they shall name him Emmanuel," which means God is with us. That's what Matthew says. But if you go to where that shows up, which is Isaiah 7, it's pretty clear that this is not about a Messiah or a virgin birth of any kind. So the chapter starts out simple enough. There's a war between the northern Israelites, the Arameans, and the Judeans. The northern Israelites made an alliance with the Arameans. That's the northeast tip of Israel, is where the Arameans live. So they're like, hey, let's go attack Judah. Let's depose King Ahaz and put somebody else on the throne. So that's what you find in the opening paragraph, is that they attack Judah. And the king of Judah is like, oh no, this is really scary stuff. Our kingdom might fall. So God sends the prophet Isaiah to him twice. The first prophecy ends in verse 9. And he says, if you don't stand firm in your faith, you won't stand at all. And then the second prophecy comes when Isaiah goes back a second time to the king of Judah, this Ahaz. And this is where the quote comes from. So this is 730 years before Jesus. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. So God's like, listen, ask me for a sign, I'll give it to you. Well, obviously, because he wants to reassure Ahaz that he's going to support him during the war, right? It says, then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? So he's like, listen, God's asking you to ask for a sign and you're rejecting it. Like, what's wrong with you? Then he says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. So I said, okay, if you want one or not, it's irrelevant. I'm going to give you a sign anyways. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. And then he tells you how he's going to make that come true. It says, the Lord will bring on you and on your people and on your ancestral house such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. So he's saying, listen, the king of Assyria is going to come down and he's going to wipe out these two kingdoms right before you. He's going to give you a hard time as well, but you're going to survive it. So the prophecy seems to clearly be about a child that's already been conceived during the reign of Ahaz. And by the time that child is old enough to know right from wrong, which is typically 13 in this culture, about 12 or 13, you're a minor until you turn 13. Then that means the prophecy would have been only good for the 13 years. And if you look at the next chapter, the prophecy actually comes true within that time period, actually within just a couple years. So there's nothing in here about a virgin birth. There's nothing in here about Jesus or a Messiah. Matthew's just kind of making stuff up. I suspect she pulled it up on her phone so she can read it because I see a teacup.
Yeah, probably. By the way, Justin, apparently all of our audio is not great.
On TikTok or YouTube?
Both.
Oh, really? Is it muddy or is
Yeah.
it too quiet or too loud?
Well, it looks like yours is peaking.
Oh.
Apparently me and Ian sound crunchy.
Oh, crunchy.
Right. I turned
No.
my volume up. Is it better? Is it worse?
Look,
For me, you guys are coming out clear, but I'm on TikTok.
People on TikTok are saying audio is good on TikTok. You're saying it's just fine
well-
on or it's just bad on YouTube?
maybe. I'm looking for reports. Okay, audio seems okay. So maybe it's resolved now.
I hear people saying audio is fine.
Yeah, I think it probably is. I think it was probably like a temporary thing.
It could have been. I see right now, and this is only true for Blitz and Ian. Mine's got green bars, but I show Blitz and Ian's audio video is going back and forth between green and yellow bars right now, which is not my favorite thing. So it might be.
Actually, TikTok is saying it's muffled. Ian and Blitz are slightly muddy, but not noticeably.
Interesting.
It's like listening in 480p.
Yeah. So I mean, it actually.
It could just be a connection issue.
It could be. I'll double check my my speed real quick. I was hearing you guys not muffled, but a little bit quiet, and I wasn't sure if that was a Video Ninja situation or if it was something else. I'm checking my upload speed right now is really good. I'll check my downloads. It's going to hit my downloads. Or I'm sorry, my download speed is good. It's going to hit my upload speed here in a second. Upload speed's great. Okay, so it's not connection issue. It's got to be the Video Ninja server. Give me 1 second to check your audio settings. See if I can default it to high def audio. Nevertheless, are Ian and Blitz loud enough at least?
I don't think volume's an issue.
The real criteria.
It's interesting because most people on the chat is saying that the audio is actually good. It must be just for a couple people. That's weird.
Yeah, really hard to say.
Your microphone, Ian, is set to the Rodecaster Duo, so it should be picking up the right microphone, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Indeed it is, yeah.
Okay. That's weird how only a tiny fraction of the audience is saying it's a problem. Why is it okay for most people but not everyone? Oh well.
Magic. It was the spirits.
It was the spirits, yeah. I really do have to get my instance of Video Ninja set up on my virtual private server, so we don't have to rely on the Video Ninja server. I think that is a possible problem. Yeah. Anyways, RFG. We read through Isaiah 11. Did you kind of catch the problem? I wonder if
you're off the app, RFG, if you're off the app, we can't hear you. You got to be on the app.
Oh, sorry. Okay. If you could actually quickly verify why you're saying it's not the virgin. I'm not catching why it's saying that. No, I'm not.
So verse 14 is the one in question, and verse 14 says, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child," meaning she's already pregnant, "and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel." So there's a child who's already born during the reign of King Ahaz, 730 years before Jesus. The prophecy is about a child that is already born and dead hundreds of years before Jesus.
So because it says, look, the young woman is with, like specifically with child, as if it's present tense. And
It is-
then it says shall
It is
bear
present
in the
tense, right?
future.
Yeah. If I said there will be a woman later that becomes pregnant, that's different than there's a woman now who's pregnant. So the Hebrew refers to her as a pregnant young woman. Ha'amachara in Hebrew means a pregnant young woman. So the woman's already pregnant, and even if she wasn't already pregnant, it's pretty clear that she's going to become pregnant during the reign of King Ahaz, because the sign is specifically for King Ahaz.
For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. So, and why do you make that second point?
Because in verse 13, he tells you, right? In fact, verse 14 too, it says, the Lord will give you a sign. He's talking to King Ahaz. Isaiah is saying, here's a sign, King Ahaz, for you specifically. And the sign is that before the child, this particular child knows right from wrong, the two kings, in verse 16, the two kings that you're afraid of, they're going to be wiped out.
I'm writing this down because I want to honestly dissect this. Not right now, but on my
Sure.
own time. And maybe one day come
That's
back.
reasonable.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
I'll do my homework and maybe come back another day when you guys are on, if I get the opportunity, and
Fair enough.
continue the conversation further and maybe go deeper into this. I know it's like into the apologetics. I'm just within the last year have been interested in. I started taking my faith seriously like about 2 years ago.
Totally
I
fine.
grew up,
You're totally fine.
yeah, I grew up in the Christian faith, but I never really really understood what I even believed. And so I started questioning a lot of things in general,
Mm-hmm.
but and entering the apologetic space and trying to make sense of even other people's religions, Muslims and even Judaism, and how even Judaism's connected to Christianity. You know, the further they're like the Old Testament is basically what the Jews believe, but they don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah. They're still waiting for that Messiah to come.
Right.
So, and what I've read in terms of the Old Testament and the prophecies that are to be fulfilled.
Oh, we lost her.
What?
RFG, if you swipe away from the TikTok app, we lose your audio. I don't know if you know that.
Oh yeah, I have this thing where if my phone's a certain distance, too close to my eyes, it like brings up this thing to like remind me. So that's
Gotcha.
probably why it disconnected.
Okay.
Anyways, I will be back to discuss further
Okay.
and have conversation with y'all. So I appreciate you guys'
Well, you're
time.
welcome to.
Hey, thanks for
being
coming
here,
by.
Angie.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, thank
Hey,
you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Cheers. Well, I think that's a very honest response, is it not?
Yeah, absolutely, it is.
That's fair enough.
I do remember the first time I started reading the prophecies for myself. I was probably 21. I was like, "Hey, this isn't adding up. We need gotta look into this."
Yeah, it goes that way, huh?
Yeah. Let me grab. We got 4 super chats, and we're gonna get our next guest in here. It looks like our next guest is Afzal, and
Yep.
then we'll grab Dirk after Afzal, and then Muhammad Ali after that. Scott Duke, thank you for the super chat, friend. Also, beautiful pup. Says Ian and or Dr. Blitz. After Ian's stream yesterday, today I need further info. Please summarize ABC or any other letter theory of time. Also, what is the scientific evidence that supports each theory? Oh boy.
Okay, so there's a lot of conflation in theories of time that goes on. So there are two things that we need to know in order to have this conversation in like the true technical terms, which is there are A properties, which refer to like pastness, presentness, futureness, and then there's B relations, which refer to, you know, before, after, simultaneous. So the A theory of time, or like the tense theory of time, holds that these B relations, like earlier, later than, simultaneous to, is grounded in the fact that some things are like some things have pastness, presentness, or futureness, as a part of them, that there is like real becoming going on there, and that like these earlier, later than, simultaneous to relations are all going to be grounded ultimately in the A properties. And then the B theory of time holds the inverse, that it's a tenseless theory of time. It holds that all of these like past, present, future categories and properties are grounded in like earlier, simultaneous to, etc. relations. Probably what you're more interested in is the question of eternalism versus presentism. Eternalism holds that past, present, and future are all actual, that all times are actual, whereas presentism holds that the present is actual. And it's really hard to square away presentism with relativity of simultaneity, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Blitz.
I mean, yeah, that's the gist of it. So the standard diagram that is used to kind of explain relativity of simultaneity is that if you have time running up and you have space running to the side, and you suppress the other two dimensions, from your perspective, time runs up and space runs to the side. But if somebody is walking past you, and to be clear, at any moment, if suppose that you sync up the time axis with like your watch, your wristwatch, so that at t equals 0, it's noon, and t equals 1, it's 12:01, and t equals 2, it's 12:02, whatever. What you would call now as the present would just be kind of horizontal lines ticking out the values that are constant in time. So if it's 12:01 for you, then you would draw a horizontal line at the t equals 1, and that would be now. Now would be all of the moments in space-time, all of the events in space-time that are, in some sense, perpendicular to the time axis, whatever that means. Now, the trouble is that if somebody, so your now is well-defined, fine. The trouble is if somebody's walking by you at some speed that's not 0, then their now is tilted. This is the whole business with relativity of simultaneity. And so what that means is that from their perspective, what they consider now might be, what they consider now might be part of your past, or it might be part of your future, depending on which part of space-time they're talking about. And so it's really hard to talk about this notion of a universal now, which is what you would kind of require for presentism, if it's the case that there are or that there are genuine relativistic effects that make people's conception of now different for each observer. And so because you can kind of tilt those nows, you can make it so that now is any point in time in the past, as long as you go sufficiently far away or as long as you go sufficiently fast. Which, if we grant that everybody's experience of now is correct, then that would mean that all moments of space-time, all events in space-time, are equally now. And so you would be required to then make the claim that all events in space-time are equally real. There is no past because some moment in space-time will correspond to somebody's now. That's the idea, anyway.
Dr. Blitz, I have a random question that's like directly related. Okay, so we have our train and we have our lightning bolts that are striking at both sides. Isn't there going to be like some fact of the matter as to like the distance between those two lightning bolts?
No.
That's gonna, I don't know, like
it just depends on who's observing it. Length contraction means that if you're on the train, then the train is shorter. So if the lightning bolts strike either end of the train, then the distance between those two lightning bolts is smaller.
Oh,
sorry,
sure, and
that's
that would
a
be
lie.
consistent
From the observer's perspective, the train is but
even if you went through the track a second time, the distance between those two lightning strike points would still be like a shorter distance.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Okay.
All right, very good. And Amir, thank you for sending out one unapologetic gifted membership. Super appreciate that, friend. Hope you're doing well. And Optimus Rhymes, great to see this morning, says it's a little crusty, but you guys are still more clear than Yahweh ever did. Well, thank you, Optimus. And that is 100% the truth. I'm not sure why the audio is crusty. I suspect it's the Video Ninja server today. We'll look into getting a routing maybe to a private Video Ninja server in the future. Genji 8, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, Justin, in the context of Isaiah 7, do you think Ahaz had a mind to go to the Assyrians for help against Israel and Aram? If yes, would Isaiah have been in the camp of royal advisors that hated that idea? Yeah. Well, first of all, Isaiah would have hated that idea. And yeah, it seems pretty clear from the story that Ahaz did actually try to go to the Assyrians to make allyship. If you go to 2 Kings 16, it should tell you that story. It's either First Kings or Second Kings 16. I think it's Second Kings 16.
So many kings.
I know, right? Yeah, in Second Kings 16, you'll find the story of what happened here during the attack in Isaiah 7. And it literally says in verse 10, when King Ahaz went to Damascus to meet King Tiglath-Pileser, that's the third, the king of Assyria, he saw the altar that was at Damascus. And then he actually helps the king of Assyria in Damascus, that's the primary city of the Arameans, to do his own like sacrifices up there. He dedicates Yahwistic items to them. And so this is one of the reasons why King Ahaz is viewed as a bad king, is because he actually did run to the Assyrians for help, and Isaiah was not pleased with this. And last super chat from Tim. Thank you so much for the super chat, friends. Says, I'm so baked, and this was the perfect thing to watch. Thank you, Blitz. And I am pondering. Hey, well, Tim, I'm glad you're enjoying.
So there's something even weirder, by the way, that ties in length contraction and relativity of simultaneity, and this is just something to think about. So imagine that you have a ladder, 12 feet long, and there's a barn that's 12 feet long. Now, the ladder is traveling through space at close to the speed of light, right? And it's a rocket-powered ladder, and it's hovering.
Yeah.
We're trying to get the ladder into the barn. The barn has doors on either end. So the trouble is that you want to know if you can close both doors at the same time and trap the ladder. Now, from an outside observer's perspective, of course you can. Once the ladder gets in, stop it. The ladder will be shorter, in fact, because of length contraction, and then you can close both doors on it. But from the ladder's perspective, the barn is shorter than 12 feet. So how does the barn fit in to, or how does the ladder fit into the barn with both doors closing at the same time? That was able to happen from the observer's perspective, but somehow it seems like it shouldn't be able to happen from the ladder's perspective. And the solution is that from the ladder's perspective, the observer wasn't closing both barn doors at the same time because of the relativity of simultaneity. Those two things happened at the same time from the observer's perspective. They happen at different times from the ladder's perspective. So from the ladder's perspective, one end of the bar closes, and then the other end of the barn closes at different times.
Weird.
Yeah.
Good explanation. All right, let's get Afzal in here, and then we're going to get Dirk after that, and then Muhammad after that. 1 second to bring in guest. How you doing, Afzal? Are you at least 18? Afzal, your microphone's muted right now. Your hardware.
Hello.
There you go.
Hello, am I audible?
Yep.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yeah. Hello, nice to meet you all. I am above 18.
Awesome. And you believe in God, I assume?
Yeah, I am a generic thief, so I don't hold to any particular religious worldview. But yeah.
Okay, so you believe in like a generic God?
Yeah, you can say I have a specific conception of God in mind. I mean, I can explain if you want.
That's fine. What makes you think that God exists?
So my reasons for believing in God. So I have an argument. I'll broadly outline the structure of the argument. I mean, Dr. Blitz knows about it. Like last time I.
Yeah, I'm not gonna intervene. I'm just gonna let you guys.
Sure.
You guys do it.
Right. I'll try to outline the structure of the argument, and then I'll try to. So my argument would be kind of inference to the best explanation, and I think God as something like a hypothesis about fundamental nature of reality. So I will try to give some data points that will best explain, and the hypothesis of God will try to best explain the data over other competing hypotheses. So I will try to give some kind of a null hypothesis, and if you guys want, you can give your pet hypothesis about fundamental nature of reality, and then we can compare to just have a dialogue. I mean, I don't have like 100% credence in the belief in God, but I just have slightly above 50%. So I would like to discuss with you guys about this. So my reasons. So the data points are like I have divided them into broadly 3 categories. So one is the fine-tuning data. Second would be data related to irreducibility of mental properties. and third would be focusing on arguments against specific version of naturalism. So you might have heard about Sean Carroll's idea of core theory, which is very popular in standard model of particle physics. So I think if there can be made good arguments against the core theory, we will have some kind of a you can say some kind of a scope for explaining some data point that can only be explained with God and or best explained by God and that cannot be explained by core theory. So that would be my broad categorization, and I would like to infer from these data points, if it works, that there will be something like a broadly a perfect being theology, perfect being theism. And I would like to specify, I mean, I don't have a very specific maximally great being conception, but yeah, that would be the broad structure of the argument. And you can tell me if the structure of the argument you're fine with, and we can discuss one by one the data points.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can talk about the data one by one. So
Yeah.
in terms of the fine-tuning data, do you hold like a Bayesian view of this?
So I don't take Bayesian view because I am not very well versed in mathematics about it. I just take like the possible explanations of the fine-tuning data, and then what would best explain the fine-tuning data. Like last time we were discussing about the possible explanation could be some kind of metaphysical necessity, chance hypothesis, multiverse, or some kind of an external agent that would constrain the possibilities. So something like that. Yeah.
Why do you think
And then
God explains the
yeah.
fine-tuning data?
Yeah. So so my understanding of fine-tuning, and obviously Dr. Bliss can correct me, is that there are fine-tuned parameters like constants and initial conditions that are very sensitive. So in the sense that if there is a very small, if only small range of value allow for any kind of interesting phenomena or any kind of life, and this is very sensitive. Very small ranges allowed, and that sensitivity is very different from. So let me get back to what I was trying to say clearly, much more clearly. So it is not a fine-tuning argument, as you would know. It's not that initial conditions are different than some other universe would come up. Is that there are the fine-tuned parameters are so sensitive to the universe that if it were slightly different, so 1 in 10 to the power of some high number, it will not allow for any kind of life. And then the competing explanation would be, how do you explain, which hypothesis explains it better? So some kind of metaphysical necessity, some kind of multiverse hypothesis, some kind of designer hypothesis, broadly designer hypothesis. So in my understanding, like multiverse hypothesis have some problems with Boltzmann brain problems, and metaphysical necessity, I have not found any metaphysical necessity hypothesis that is like that also explain why it is metaphysically necessary. So that is like slightly shifts the probability towards, you can say, designer hypothesis, broadly designer hypothesis.
Well, wait, but
So what do
why
you?
would we think that the design hypothesis explains it at all?
So okay.
Like, why does
So
the designer want fine-tuning?
yeah. So my understanding of a designer is a kind of an intentional agent, and in our background knowledge, like how you and me and other intentional agents work, when we work, uh, when we want to make some kind of stuff like that has to do something, we what do we say? Um, Given all the possible, so for example, let's just say I want to make a house. So uh, I made the house with like bricks and wood, and I have made it in a certain arrangement with certain orientation, considering all the external environmental conditions, stuff like that. So to so for the house to exist, the conditions has to be are very sensitive. So like if I did not make the right brick, or I did not use the right kind of wood, or I did not keep them in the right arrangement, the house would be pretty bad. So generally, in our background knowledge, if I'm right,
Hello, are you there?
Where'd he go?
No.
Oh, he went dark. His connection's starting to give out. Don't go.
No.
Where'd he
Give him
go?
a sec. Give him a sec. He's one of the good faith ones.
He'll come back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. He was having a good faith argument. I don't know about y'all. I personally don't understand how the fine-tuning argument counts as evidence of anything, because like we have no idea. Like fine-tuning only seems to make sense if you have a goal in mind, but the universe doesn't have a goal.
Well,
yeah.
Go ahead,
But
Ian.
what they want to say is that God has a goal, and God's goal is life, and life requires this fine tuning.
But that'd be circular.
I'm not sure. Why do you think that it's circular?
Well, fine-tuning is the argument for God, and you need God to have a goal for fine-tuning it to work. That seems like you're presupposing a God.
The structure of the argument is more so it takes like a Bayesian approach where you start with the hypothesis and then say, well, under this hypothesis we make X, Y, and Z prediction, and then we go and confer with the data and see like which of our predictions map onto reality. It's basically how like that style of reasoning works. Like if I had the hypothesis that it rained last night, and some of the data for that is that the Weather Channel says it rained last night, and I look at the ground and it's like wet outside, and then I turn on the Weather Channel, it's exactly what it says. I look at the ground, that's exactly what it looks like.
Gotcha.
We would take that to be evidence because it's like in line with the predictions.
They're just asking which one is more likely to predict the outcome that we see.
Yeah, which hypothesis best explains the data? Yeah. Exactly.
Afsal is coming back, but the connection's a little bit delayed. I added him to the screen, and he's not there yet. We'll give him a second to see if it catches up.
Hello.
Afsal, you're
Welcome back.
Hello.
I can't hear you. Can anyone else hear him?
I can hear him.
I can hear him too.
Can the audience hear him?
That's a question for the audience to answer.
Oh, and he's gone
Audience?
again.
Oh no, this is so sad.
Poor Afsal.
I specifically told him to come up and talk to you, Ian. So
Yeah.
no, the audience can't hear him.
They can't.
They cannot.
Oh, what?
It seems like that this live stream is not finely tuned.
Yeah,
is
I was about
not.
to say.
God untuned our live stream.
I'm getting opposite answers from the audience.
I know.
Oh, I heard him.
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't
that
know
was
what to
guessed.
make when people
Yes,
are
okay, they heard him.
alternating
No,
yes
people
and no.
people are just stupid. That's all.
I just don't know what to make when the answers are yes, no, yes, no, yes, no.
Right. I think Afsal is trying to reconnect, but it looks like the connection failed. Afsal, you might have to actually get some Wi-Fi. Your connection was bad even when you were connected. It was kind of hard to hear you. Maybe find some Wi-Fi, come back. We'll grab a couple super chats, and hopefully by then your connection will have reconnected. And if not, we'll take Dirk. But
Yeah.
we'll give you a minute to figure out your connection situation, and hopefully we'll be able to continue the conversation. Contra Deity, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, y'all's contribution of dialogue and debate to our world matters a great deal. Thank you so much for all the time you put in. Happy Sin Day, rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Contra. Really appreciate that. And we are trying. We're trying to move the needle. It takes a little bit of time. And Genji, thank you so much for the $15 super chat. It says, in the British Museum, love the British Museum, there's an Assyrian relief that depicts Ahaz bending the knee to Tiglath. Yes. Yeah, or in
I love the British Museum. I mean, I get that like all the stuff is stolen, but it's still so cool. And you get to see that one inscription with the guy complaining about copper.
Yes. Well, they're digitizing a lot of stuff too. Like I've 3D printed a bunch of stuff from the British Museum now, and they're a really cool museum. Anyways, yeah, so they do. They've got the relief of the biblical Pole event. They named him Tig or Pole in the Bible sometimes. If you make it over to London, go check out the Assyrian reliefs, especially of the Siege of Lachish. Definitely will. And I would also recommend, if you're in the Midwest USA, you can check out the Oriental Museum in Chicago, connected to the Chicago University. It's not as good as the one in London, but it's really good. Wait, what?
I disavow.
That's the name of it.
Cannot say that word.
Oriental.
Disavow.
You can't say Oriental.
Disavow.
Disavow 3x.
When did Oriental become a bad word?
Disavow.
Stop saying it. Stop.
That's the name of the museum.
It very well may
Disavow.
be. Stop saying it.
It's called the Oriental Institute Museum.
Disavow.
I disavow.
Okay.
Yeah, the Osler Museum.
All right. We're canceling Chicago. Anthony.
I mean, look, it wouldn't be the first time.
No, it would not actually. Anthony says, "You don't know science, you idiot. You're crashing out." Albert Einstein, 1937. Definitely
Yeah,
Albert.
Famous quote.
It's a quote from Angel Investor. I had a debate against him the other day.
I
It was
watched
so
that.
funny.
He's
It was
wild.
so funny.
All right, I think Afsal came back. Let's see if we can get Afsal back into the conversation. Welcome back, Afsal.
Well, thank you. Sorry, I got disconnected. There was a call and my internet got
Sure,
disconnected.
sure.
Makes sense. Dial up,
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So you were saying, Ian was saying something, I guess, regarding what
Yeah,
it does not explain anything. Yeah.
Okay, so your explanation was basically that, well, we have prior knowledge that it's going to require like a good amount of precision. When we see a good amount of precision that goes into something, we should assume that it's a designer because a good amount of precision is required for it. The problem is, I don't think that under the God worldview, and also the worldview that you're committed to by saying that there are irreducible mental properties, I don't think that this is compatible with the view that life requires a good amount of precision because presumably God could have made life with literally any constants at all. That if the constants were different, atoms themselves wouldn't form, there would be no molecules. But that's there would be molecules, but there would be no atoms. Or wait, fuck, am I stupid? Are molecules the
Yeah.
one that's multiple atoms?
Yeah.
I'm dumb. I'm sorry. There wouldn't be molecules
It's
and there
okay.
wouldn't be
We
atoms,
forgive you.
but there would be particles. That's what there would be. There would be like electrons, photons, etc. And from there, God could just imbue all of them with minds and give them like deep, meaningful experiences with each other, which means that fine tuning is not necessary for God's goal.
Okay. That's a good point. So my counter argument would be here that so okay. So your argument is that a God hypothesis predicts this kind of world, whatever you suggested, better, much stronger prediction is made by the God hypothesis than the world that we see right now. That is why it doesn't explain anything. Or am I right?
My point is that the God hypothesis doesn't predict fine tuning. That we have no reason to expect fine tuning under the God hypothesis because God could create if what God wants is life, if what your claim is that it's finely tuned for life, well then you could have life under literally any set of constants on the God view.
Okay. I suppose this is like an internal critique.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. This is a difficult question. Let me think. So, okay. So, do you know about like what is your opinion about psychophysical harmony? If you have heard about it.
I've heard of it. I haven't looked too deep into it. I hold the physicalism, so I'm not really sure what the problem is. But also, let's say that there's like some psychophysical laws. Presumably, in the evolution of the brain, it's just going to select for whatever produces like the relevant sensation that, the brain is going to evolve. And let's say there's like some configuration of the brain such that it will produce like a feeling that we're averse to. Well, presumably the brain is just going to evolve to fire those signals to produce that brain state when we're in scenarios that we should be averse to.
Right. So, just trying to understand your background worldview. So, do you think there is a distinction between mental and physical, in the sense conceptual distinction at least?
A conceptual distinction?
Yeah. Just epistemic distinction in the sense that first person subjective properties are different than third person objective properties. Like
I don't know why I would think that physical doesn't include first person subjective properties.
So you are you saying that there is no conceptual difference at all, in the sense that distinction at all? concept of physical includes the concept of mental, or the way I have defined, like third person objective properties and first person subjective properties.
Yeah, I don't know why I would think that these things are like non-physical or like yeah, I mean I think it supervenes on the physical, so yeah.
Right. So what I'm making, I think I'm making a very modest claim. I'm not trying to say that there is a metaphysical distinction and these are two different kind of stuff, substance dualism or anything like that. I'm just saying that there is an epistemic distinction or conceptual distinction between what do we say, first person subjective properties and third person
I
objective
agree with
properties.
that.
Like,
I agree there's a
yeah,
difference
that,
between like first person subjective properties and third person objective properties. I just don't know
yeah,
why I
that's
would
what.
think that I don't know why I wouldn't say that both of these things are physical though.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to know your background.
Yep.
So, do you think there is good reason to believe? I know I am shifting towards a different argument. Just
That's okay.
wanted to know your background as a background worldview so that I can make a better argument because the thing that you have argued about, like basically you have said that mental states, if they can be realized in any kind of physical state and they are not constrained at all, uh, that would be better predicted by God hypothesis than this kind of world, if I'm understanding correctly. So I just
Well
wanted to
my
know, like, mental. Yeah.
yeah, so to clarify, my critique of fine tuning is like this. So the fine tuning argument, how it typically goes, is you're
Right.
making the claim, life is expected under the God hypothesis. Life requires fine
Right.
tuning, therefore fine tuning is expected under the God hypothesis. What I'm
Right.
critiquing is the idea that if, like, under the God hypothesis, that life would require fine tuning, because you could have life like
Right.
God, the the universe could literally just be a bunch of like electrons flying around, and then God could just give all of them life and minds and like deep subjective experience. So it doesn't seem like God would need fine tuning in order to get life, which leaves it unclear as to why God chose fine tuning to get life. It's not clear why we would expect fine tuning on the God hypothesis.
Okay. So you are saying that there is no reason to expect fine tuning at all in the God hypothesis.
Yeah, if what God wants is life, if that's the
Okay.
thing that's expected, that we're reasoning like therefore fine tuning is expected because God would want life and life requires fine tuning. I reject that life would require fine tuning on the God hypothesis. God should be able to
Okay.
create life in literally any configuration of the universe.
Okay. Okay, that makes so. I will have to give my specific model of God to maybe give this argument because if generic designer hypothesis won't do well given your counter argument. So give me some like 2 minutes or something to explain my specific
Hmm.
model of God.
Sure.
So um, yeah, so I hold to something similar to perfect being theology, but even if you are like a axiological anti-realist, I can make a different kind of a perfect being theology without with axiological anti-realism. So I will start with the idea of an agent. So an agent would be something that does stuff rather than something happening to it, right? And as opposed to an event, right? So
Wait, sorry, can you
and
give
then
your
I would like
definition of
to
agent
describe.
again?
Yeah. So agent is what does stuff, like in the sense it does things, and as opposed to an event that where the things happen. And that's a
Sure.
very
Okay.
not a very concrete definition, but just for working definition
Yep, sure.
for
So
the discussion.
I guess I interpret you as saying that you're saying agents take intentional action.
Yeah. I mean, there can be non-intentional agents also, but
Uh,
sure. I
sure,
mean, that
sure.
could
Okay.
include agency.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay. So and then yeah. So then I would like to define rationality. So the rational agent would be an agent that is like committed to being rational, and perfectly rational agent would be always rational and never irrational. So here rationality, I don't think you have to define in the realist sense. You can just take instrumentalist rationality, and whatever the goals the agent has, it has to be committed to the rules of inference, and it cannot break the rules of inference to decide whatever the values it's going to take or whatever the decision is going to make and actions is going to beliefs it's going to have and actions is going to take.
Okay.
So yeah. So I don't know whether you are aware of the transcendental arguments for in ethics. I'm not talking about transcendental argument for God. I know that you've much more in the philosophy of religion space, but transcendental arguments in ethics. So broadly, transcendental arguments in ethics are broad kinds of arguments that work with the idea that there is some precondition, some fact about rationality that demands that you have to be ethical. So
Yep.
precondition for
Wait,
rationality.
you can probably skip this. Like, I actually agree with this. Like, I'm a moral realist,
Yeah,
and
that
I fall under like a broadly like Kantian view of this. So I already like agree with all of
oh
this.
yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, that would make my job much easier. So you would agree that an agent, intentional agent, perfectly rational agent, would have to have certain kind of constraints in his behavior. It would have to value other agents.
Yep.
It should treat agents as ends in themselves rather than means to an end,
Yes.
right? And the agent should also value truth uh, instrumentally also, and I don't know as ends in themselves, but at least it should value truth, because any kind of uh, uh, to value itself, it needs to know what it actually values and it does not value, and for that it needs to know the information about everything about itself and about the world. So it needs to value truth also to know about itself and to value himself. So
Yep.
I don't know whether that yeah,
Yep. That
right.
that all sounds good.
So
I agree with that.
yeah. So perfectly rational agent would value truth, would value other agents, rational agents. And so since I have defined agency in a much more broader sense than intentional agents, so I think a rational agent would value all kinds of agents. So, and then I would like to add the idea of omnipotence. So omnipotence is conceived in a specific sense here. So whatever your goals the agent has all powers and no weakness to realize that. And the goals it has cannot contradict with the rules of rationality, and therefore it
Yep.
cannot be unethical in that sense.
Yep.
So I
Sounds
mean,
good. Yep.
since it is yeah, since it is agreeing with a lot of background worldview, so it's much easier right now. Yeah. So, so given this conception of God, do you think uh, does it explain better the or let's not say explain, like does it predict bit more? Does it make a better prediction than before about the fine tuning? Do you think so?
No, because God could have agents under any configuration of the cosmological constants, right? So God could make electrons into intentional agents. So
Right,
the constants could be completely different, and then atoms themselves don't form. So there are no interesting complex structures, but still God could imbue all these atoms with agency, or not these atoms,
right,
these electrons with agency, and they could have agency over
right,
the ways that they, like, I don't know, transmit mental signals to each other. You know, they can say mean
right,
words to each other or form like a meaningful
right,
relationship with each other. So
right,
it just seems
right.
like God could create agents under literally any set of constants.
Right. So that's good. So do you think this kind of this specific conception of God would also value truth and would value that the other agents that exist that is he has created would inquire about the world and know about the world as best as possible and know
Um,
about its fundamental nature? Yeah.
that seems reasonable, although I think you would probably run
Right.
into a problem where it doesn't seem like we have access to like the fundamental nature of all that happens in our world. So if you're saying like, well, we need to have this configuration as opposed to the electrons and love configuration in order to have like
Right.
deeper grasp of truth, it just seems like
Right.
it at that point it seems like we would expect like something that gave us even better insights into truth and reality.
Right. So at least I have made my hypothesis a bit better. You would say that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Even if yeah.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting. Like it's like an interesting attempt to explain why God chose these constants with these bodies as opposed to just like electrons that have minds.
Right.
Although actually, in the electrons with minds world, presumably they could have a better grasp of fundamental reality because there's like fewer
Hello.
things to know. No,
Oh no!
no, it's not fair. You cut out again.
Yeah, we
It was
lost Alfie.
necessary.
Okay. Well, he's coming back.
That's sad.
It is sad.
Give him a second to reconnect.
I did not consent. to him being gone.
It's unfortunate too because Dirk left. Apparently, Dirk, his argument for God wasn't good enough to wait about 10 or 15 minutes. So we'll have to.
Don't you hate when that happens?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. All right, Afsal is back. Let's see if we can finish this here. Welcome back, Afsal.
Welcome back.
Af?
Hello, am I audible?
There we go. Yep.
Yeah.
After?
I'm really sorry. My internet is really unstable here.
Yeah.
You're
That's
good.
okay.
So, yeah. So, you were saying that, do you think that hypotheses have got a bit better than before? I mean, even if it's not up to your mark.
Yeah. Although, so okay. Well, I don't know why. I guess the more I think about it, I'm not sure that it would be better, or that we
Okay.
would have like better access to truth if we live in this world as opposed to the electrons and love world. I'm not sure why God couldn't imbue our like mental reality with a lot of like complex truths to uncover. He could create like a little scavenger hunt in the same way that in the current view you probably think that he's created like the universe is like a little scavenger hunt.
Can you explain it to me? I'm not understanding
Yeah,
the point.
so my understanding of your argument is that you're saying the reason why God wants this fine tuning because God wants these complex bodies, these complex organisms, so that we can seek truth. And that's why God wants these bodies with these complex organisms as opposed to electrons that have minds imbued into them. Because we're capable of seeking truth, more truths, or perhaps like better truths, deeper truths than the electrons in love. But I guess when I think about it, I'm not sure that necessarily needs to be true. I assume the truths that you're talking about that these bodies can seek out are the truths related to like the world around us. You know, we see
Yeah. World around us, like
the
origin of origin of humanity, origin of life, and things like that. Like our space in, so our location in the whole cosmos and stuff.
no.
Oh boy.
It can't be.
Oh, Afsal. Okay.
Very sad.
We might need to
Hello,
move on to
hello?
the next one.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
I'm
back.
really sorry.
It's okay.
Hello, am I audible?
We should probably end the
Yeah, I'm
conversation
really
soon
sorry.
anyway.
This internet is bad. I mean, you
Oh, I really
you can
appreciated
cut
the
off whenever you
conversation.
feel
It
like. You
was
can
great
tell
to
me.
talk to
I'll
you.
just cut the call. Yeah.
Good to hear from you, Afsal. Appreciate you coming up, man.
Yeah. If you ever get better Wi-Fi, you
Uh,
should definitely come back.
yeah.
I would love to finish this
Yeah.
conversation.
Nice talking to you all.
Yeah, have a good day.
Thank you for being here.
All right. Well,
Sure.
sometimes you get a good faith linear conversation and internet says no. I'll grab a couple super chats, friends. We're gonna get Muhammad Ali in here next. If you're watching on TikTok, you can
Is
hit
it the real Muhammad Ali?
It might be.
Damn. Yeah, this is gonna be really easy
Holy
because Muhammad
shit.
Ali is like crazy, like CTE.
Brain dead?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, wait, not brain dead. Brain dead's the wrong word. Brain damaged. That's the right word.
It definitely got TBI.
I'm
My
about
back
to be
still
1-0
hurts.
against Muhammad Ali.
Thank you for the super chat. My back still hurts. Says, I think my mom is deconstructing. Well, it's hopefully you can guide her through it. Very nice lady. I can't go back, but I don't wish to the deconstruction process on anyone. I get that, especially a 65-year-old lifer. Any advice for help ease the process for? Well, yes and no. I get it. It is hard, especially if part of the deconstruction is moving from like Christianity directly to atheism without some middle ground. It can seem like the rug kind of got pulled out underneath of you.
Yep.
One of the things, I can't say that I would recommend it because it's like, I don't know, replacing one bad thing with another thing that probably isn't true as well. But I know a lot of people try to find some middle ground first before getting into atheism but we'll call it being a hopeful agnostic. This is like the Rhett and Link philosophy where they're like, listen, there seems to be no evidence for a God or an afterlife, but we can at least be hopeful for it. Like, we don't have to be nihilistic about it. That's a possibility. Or, you could do like the Britt Hartley thing where she recommends therapy, practicing mindfulness, spiritualism without God, that type of a thing. Or, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I recommend it a lot. I highly recommend talking to an actual therapist. They can give you some tools to deal with this, and also perhaps maybe, and again, I can't give you medical advice, but if it happens to be that the deconstruction process is too detrimental, that maybe she'll need some prescription assistance. There's no harm in that. I mean, there's a gigantic portion of the population that needs a little bit of assistance here and there, and there's nothing wrong with that. So I definitely recommend talking to a medical professional, an actual licensed therapist, and seeing what is the best option during the time period while you're figuring stuff out. I can't say for those of us who went through it already, it does get better, but the initial steps of deconstruction can be painful and daunting, and sometimes you just need some outside help, and there's nothing wrong with that. Zach, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, does crusty audio imply the existence of uncrustable audio?
Yes.
Maybe. There is uncrustable audio in at least one possible world, so it means it's in all possible worlds. Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't understand how that argument works. Maybe we'll get to that sometime. Hassick Glass, thank you for the super chat. Says, the universe is fine-tuned for a civilization outside our observable part of the universe. We are just here as a byproduct.
There's like a funny like Graham Oppie response to this where he says, like, to be clear, like, even if we grant the fine tuning that God has some reason to fine tune, like, we have no reason to think that it's, that he wants us, maybe he just really likes stars.
True.
Yeah, I've heard that it's fine tuned for black holes.
Seems to be the case, yeah. But he definitely could just be a byproduct for sure. What's RLS? Oh, rock, lava, salt. Very, very good.
Shouldn't it be SLS?
Typically it's SLS,
Stone lava salt?
RLS works too.
That's true.
I'll take that. Unless you're a really big fan of R.L. Stein, which I don't blame you. Goosebumps was pretty epic. Andy Halling, thank you for the super chat, friend. It says, Justin, do you pronounce your IN or do you treat them as silent? So I treat them as silent. I understand there was a period in history where the IN was like a guttural, where it actually did have some sort of effect. But for most of the Semitic languages that you're going to learn, it's basically silent. Also, do you think vocal schwas should be pronounced or ah? That's a good question. It depends. So when I was in school, a vocal schwa was typically pronounced like eh. It's like the shortest I vowel in existence. But what I can tell you is, depending on what word it's in, sometimes it takes on slightly different characteristics. And the reason why this is because you got to remember, Hebrew, it was a spoken language long before it was a written language. And so sometimes like the way that something is pronounced has less to do with the way it's written and more to do with what was easier for people's mouths to mouth. And so putting these hard and fast grammar rules in place are helpful, but they're not always true. They're just kind of guides. So you got to remember, sometimes vocal schwas, like they can almost go unpronounced and nobody will care. So that's what I would say. I still try to pronounce the vocal schwa, like the short I vowel,
What's
if
the difference
possible.
between a vocal schwa and a regular schwa?
Okay, vocal schwa is pronounced.
Isn't a regular schwa like a type of vowel?
There is a vowel. All right, so
schwa? Isn't it like the upside down E thing?
Upside down E?
Or the backwards E or something? Isn't that called a schwa?
So a schwa is
No, Blitz. No, I know what you're talking about, Blitz. Yeah, like I think you're talking about the same thing, like the sound that appears in like words.
Okay, I'm not the Lulu.
Okay, so there are silent and vocalized schwas in Hebrew.
Oh, okay, that's the distinction you're making. What does it mean for there to be a schwa that's silent?
Gotcha. Okay, so let me get my drawing board out. Maybe this will make a little more
Haha,
sense.
you've been nerd sniped.
Sorry, you did it.
Achievement unlocked.
Okay, so there's it happens quite often in Hebrew. We'll have like the beginning of a word, and it might start out with like a vav, Vav is
Yep.
like a prefix, could be like and or but.
Hmm.
And sometimes at the beginning of a word, it'll have a shva in front of it or below it. That's these two little dots. This is technically a vowel.
Oh, schwa. Okay.
You were
I
thinking
thought you were
Vav?
referring to a schwa, which is a linguistic term for an
Oh,
sound,
yeah. So,
and is linguistically annotated with an upside down e. Okay,
yeah. I know
you
what
were
you're talking
talking
about.
about you were
Different.
talking about like the diacritic that's used to denote vowels in Hebrew. I gotcha. Okay, talking past each other.
You got it. Okay. So yeah, sometimes
Yeah.
sometimes this is actually pronounced as like a very short I vowel, but if it actually shows up, say in the middle of a word, so say you've got 3 different consonants and it shows up under the second consonant, sometimes it actually will get pronounced as a vowel and sometimes it won't. So
Sure.
it just kind of that's what they're referring to. It's one of those goofy vowels where sometimes it's vocal, sometimes it's not. Um, so, and when you vocalize it, it depends on what word it's in, what vowels precede it, what vowels are come after it. It's kind of like, remember in English we learned, I before E, except when blah blah blah, like have all these different rules.
Yes.
Yeah, same thing. Ventrix, that's a tough one. Ventrix Aristoros, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, who is your guys' favorite real world religion, mythology, or god, not including Doug, the lava lamp, or Morton Salt Girl, who are obviously real? I always found Egyptian mythology interesting. Good question.
Recently I've been running like a lot of like Hinduism parody arguments, like the people wouldn't die for a lie, and then I just run like specific examples from Hinduism of people literally getting executed because they're proclaiming like the truth of Hinduism. They claim, I've had this encounter with like some Hindu god, and it's real, and you can kill me, it doesn't matter, Hinduism is true. Suddenly, people actually would die for lies in the Christian view as soon as they're presented with like the Hindu martyrs. But I think Ganesh has a lot of movement. I think there's like there's a picture of Ganesh on his Wikipedia page. You'll know the one where he's like bawling the fuck out.
I'm of the view that Quetzalcoatl is the one true feathered deity.
Oh, shit. Well, you know what? I don't know if I have a favorite, but I do kind of like the Asclepius cult. That was a really cool cult that was very widely known, and we've got lots of documentation from it. So definitely, I think it's something worth checking out. And we've got like actual like archaeological finds from the cult. So it's
Yeah,
really
but
cool.
is your deity a feathered serpent?
Fuck, mine's not. A feathered serpent's pretty
Well,
rad. They had seraphim in
then
Egypt
I don't know
too,
what to tell you.
fire-breathing serpents.
They don't sound like feathered serpents to me.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, I'm gonna grab 2 super chats, and then we're gonna get Muhammad in here, and then after that, I was gonna bring in Guitar after Muhammad, but Guitar ran like a coward. I guess he didn't want to have a follow-up conversation from last time we talked. Amir, thank you for the $5 super chat, friend. Says, excuse my misgendering you as boys in my earlier membership message. I realize after send, much love. You get them, y'all. Well, I think it'll be okay, Amir. But the correction is certainly appreciated, and I have the
To
same
be
problem.
fair,
I screw up a lot too.
I also think that boys can sometimes be used in the way that it's often used in the way that actually when you pluralize in Hebrew, if there is one male present, then you use the male pluralization. Think of the show The Boys. Well, there's that one character, Starlight, who is definitely not a boy, but is part of the boys. So I don't like, we can be more inclusive with our gendered language, right?
Right. Agreed. Yeah. And Amir with a follow-up says, shit, I just realized I'm way behind. This time thing is tricky. Time is tough, actually.
Indeed it is.
It's okay. Take heart in the fact that there's some reference frame where you're not behind.
That's right. And, whatever frame you're in, it's equally real. Let's grab Muhammad, and we'll get some conversation rolling here. Welcome in, Muhammad. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I believe in God. And hello, guys.
And are you
Howdy,
at least
howdy.
18?
Yes.
That's good.
Okay.
So
and which
why?
God do you believe in?
Oh, go ahead.
So I'm a Muslim by the way, and I would like to actually address some claims made by Ian.
Hmm.
I have been actually trying to join his TikTok live stream from a lot of time right now, but I didn't had the opportunity.
Yeah.
So he said that fine tuning is not actually there was not a goal for it, or it was not actually fine by God. What is the meaning of fine tuning, like in
That
that way?
we have no reason to think that fine tuning is expected under the God worldview.
Yes, but actually there is actual verse on that we have actually shown the science, and can you not see your surroundings, that how the God has tuned them? So actually God could have made the universe from a piece of dirt or something, but he
I'm
wanted to
sorry,
put
Mohammed. How old are you?
I am actually 18.
Okay. Sorry. Go. Sorry. Continue.
Okay, so you are saying that God actually could have made a universe from atoms and given them a mind or something like that, but actually um, God had to put meaning in it, so that it could actually have a type of sense or have logic, so that it can appear as a sign. That is my
You know the
hypothesis.
electrons world where the electrons have minds could have all of that. You could have these electrons that are solving complex logic problems with their minds, and they have deep, meaningful social lives with each other. So God could have done this with no fine tuning.
Yes, but he did it because he meant that it should have meaning, so that we can see our surroundings, so that there can be a fine tuning argument, and also that it is there.
He could
We
still
call it
make
the
that the
fine tuning.
case. He could make it the
What?
case that these electrons could see, the photons that were whizzing around them. They could see like the quarks that are over there.
In fact, electrons are precisely the kind of thing that would be able to see photons, all things considered.
Yes, electrons, but he didn't make it such way. So you should ask actually God, that God has made it for a reason, and that reason is pointed upon by Islam, as it is actually saying that uh, we have made the heavens so that you can observe them. We have made everything, the earth. It is actually the do I it is the Surat Fusilat, which is actually, you can say it is 41:53. You can
Damn,
search
I
it up.
love I love substituting the argument that's like non-trivial, like the fine-tuning argument, an argument that could potentially be like really evidentially supported for an argument that like categorically can't, by hinging the fine-tuning argument on Islam being true. What's the evidence that Islam is true?
Okay, you want to go there. Okay, so I have a do you believe in miracles, or do you need miracles, textual or something like that?
I'm open to miracles having happened, but I've never seen enough evidence to think that any of them have happened.
Okay, I have a textual miracle right here in the Quran, and
A
it actually
textual
is that
miracle. So,
yeah, like
generally
in
speaking, just Mohammed, just to be clear, generally speaking, the way that we want to talk about miracles is we want to say that there is some event that happened, and then there is some verifiable description of that event, some miraculous event that happened, and then some verifiable description of that event, and that they actually sync up with each other, right?
okay,
That's
what
typically
is
how we it's not enough to just have a textual description of something that happened, because then we
no, no,
need
no.
some way to verify that the event actually happened.
Is it okay if I just tell you what it is, and you can tell me that is it
I
a miracle or it isn't?
sure, sure.
Okay, God has stated that the universe has was created in 6 days. Now that seems off all the sciences and all of that, but we can see that time moves like slower on Earth, or faster near something, where meaning that gravity influences time itself. But
Oh, hold on, but
but
like the
actually,
the thing is like gravity moves fastest from the observer's perspective. So whose perspective was the universe created in 6 days?
No, it is not actually about perspective. It can also be about the influence of gravity upon time.
Yeah. So when I say perspective, I'm specifically referring to a local frame, and a local frame is dependent on both location and velocity. So yeah, that
But
includes
God hasn't
the
actually.
actual velocity. So from whose frame of reference are we talking about the universe's creation taking 6 days?
It is actually from God's point of perspective, but
So
actually
is
we don't
God in
actually.
like a gravitational well?
The God has not specifically told us that from whose perspective it is this, but
Well, no.
I
If
have
it's
not
6 days, then it
completed my.
must be from God's perspective, right?
But God hasn't actually told it to us, so we cannot assume that it is God's
So
perspective.
look,
But
in order for the universe to have been created in 6 days, you would need either that you would need the perspective to be from something that is standing right next to a black hole, basically, right? So that means that
that is
black
not
holes or extreme gravitational curvature must have existed before the creation.
before the creation. No, you're not
Yeah,
getting the point. I'm trying to
otherwise you
say
don't
that.
have any time dilation at all.
Please let me complete the miracle. I have actually not stated
Okay.
completely.
Go ahead.
Okay. So it is actually that the Earth was created in 2 days, and the whole of the universe was created in 6 days. And if we see that science says that the universe was created in 13.8 billion years, anyways. So if we see that, we can divide 13.8 billion by 6, and we get that a day. Let me do it on a calculator right now. Okay, 13.8 divided by 6, we get 2.3. And when we multiply the Earth, which was created in 2 days, so we multiply it by 2, we get 4.6, which is the exact value that the Earth
No,
was
it's not.
created in.
No, it's not.
It is
The
not
exact value.
exact.
It's not the exact value,
What is the exact
right?
value according to
I
you?
mean, the current accepted number is 4.54.
4.54, but it is, the Quran is not a science book or science.
Oh,
It
I
is
thought it
the
was the exact value.
Yeah, I thought it was a
yeah,
textual
I said it
miracle.
was the
I thought
exact
it
value, but
completely sniped the true value.
no, but it is actually 4.6. We cannot ignore that it is
Oh, wait a
4.6,
minute. So
and the
we're
current.
just being like, oh, it's actually 4.6. Science is just wrong.
Actually, you are saying that 4.56. You're saying that
4.54. 4.54.
4.54. You're saying that 4.54. But do you need Quran to be so specific that
Well, you said the word exact, not me.
well, I said exact. I meant actually it is the 4.6, but we have agreed on 4.56. It rounds up to
No, it's
4.6.
4.54. It's 4.54, not 4.56. It doesn't round up.
Okay, so you're trying to say that it is. So actually, you mean that it cannot be 4.6. Actually, we have agreed on 4.54, and we don't even know. We are not even sure that it is
Well, look,
4.6.
if you want exact, it's 4.54.
But you don't
I
know
don't know
that
what
it
to
is
tell you.
4.54. Even if all of the scientists have
It sounds like what you're
agreed.
saying is that we require that not only is it not 4.54, it's 4.56. We then have to take that 4.56 and round it.
Dr. Blitz, the argument's very simple. You know, if you look to the Quran and you do this math, it's going to turn out that the Quran is actually in line with science, except actually it's not in line with science, but science is wrong. It's very simple.
Oh, I hadn't
Science.
thought of that,
No,
but
it's not actually like
that's a good
that.
point. I appreciate it.
Yes, but you are actually turning and twisting my arguments. I want to say that
Yeah,
it is
a little bit.
4.6, but the science has said 4.5. For a decimal place of
Mm-hmm.
4, we couldn't have seen that it was created in 6 days, and it was actually 2 of 1.8 or 1.9. It wouldn't seem as such solid number as 2 days, and it is so close that does it not makes you curious about it.
Oh no, the Earth is roughly one-third the age of the observable universe. What a coincidence.
Also, okay, I'm like, one sec. I'm pretty sure this is false. I'm pretty sure the time that it took to create the Earth, I don't think it says 2 days because I think it also mentions that it takes some number of days. I think it takes 4 days, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, if just tell you the specific number.
Yeah, wait, what's the
Okay,
verse?
it is like 41:9 of Quran.
What's the verse?
41
41:9.
Surah Fussilat.
Okay, yeah, 41:9,
You can just write
2 days.
41:9 and
Oh,
it
yeah, yeah,
will
yeah,
appear
yeah,
on.
yeah. Yeah. Okay, it takes 4 days. Ask them, O prophet, how can you disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days? And how can you set up equals with him that is Lord of all worlds? He placed on the earth for a mountain standing high, showered his blessings upon it, and ordained all its means of sustenance, totaling 4 days exactly for all who ask. So it's 4 days, including like the creation of mountains, like pre-humans, it's 4 days. So you're off by
But
like several billion years.
wait a minute. It actually says who created the earth in 2 days.
Yeah, and then there's the creation of the mountains. So the entire process of creating the earth as it currently is, pre-life, pre-humans, sounds like it took like I don't know what number
Wait a
we
minute. Let
arrived
me
on,
turn.
but like double. It sounds like according to the Quran that it took 9 billion years.
Wait a second. That 41:9.
Also, if you interpret this, you'd have to say
By
that
all means, substance,
you'd have to say that
good things
the
that
years that it got created,
for
it got created at
us.
the beginning of the universe. So you'd actually need to say that the Earth is
All it means
13.8 billion years old,
no. It
because
is
the
actually
creation of the Earth happens at the very start of the verse, and then Allah talks about like the 6 days that it takes, where He creates the Earth, and then He creates the mountains on the Earth, and He creates the heavens. All of that's 13.8 billion years, but the Earth has been there from the very start. So by this logic, you'd be claiming that the Earth is
It is
13.8
actually
billion
said
years
that
old.
standing high showered his blessings upon it and ordained all its of means of substance. That means all of the solar systems, all of the mountains, and all of the actually including that the Earth was created in 2 days, and after that the creation of mountains, the creation of Jupiter, and the creation of all of that, like the sun and the solar system, it concluded 4 days. You can actually see that.
Wait a minute. So the creation of the solar system took 4 days?
Don't you know,
Let me.
Dr. Blitz? It's not a science textbook, but actually, the Earth is older than the solar system.
The Earth is older
Oh.
than. Wait a second.
By like 4.5 billion years?
Yeah.
Got it. I wasn't
Get-
sure, but you know, I appreciate the education.
Wait a second. Can I get a minute?
Yeah.
Sure, take your time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16,
Toxic, bro.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34,
When's the beat
35,
gonna drop?
36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49,
Well,
50.
I'm back.
Okay.
You need to stop commenting like that. Is ridiculous. So actually, that was it. That it was created in 2 years. But the mere fact that a number or a random number, which is like 6, or it could actually account for 13.8 billion years and create the right ratios for the
But wait a
number.
minute. Was the Earth created in 4 days or 2 days?
2 days.
So then what about the solar system?
Solar system, we are not. It is actually not clearly stated here, as you can see that it is created in 2 days, and then the creation of mountains. What does the God mean by mountains and all of
What? What?
that is not clear here.
Well,
What
it
else-
depends-
what else
well,
could it
depends what you
mean?
mean by mountains.
What else could it mean?
standing, he has not only talked about mountains, but he has also talked about blessings upon it and ordained of its means of subsistence, and
But
all
also
of that.
mountains.
Yes, but also mountains. If mountains are included in it, it does not mean that all of the other things are discluded, like its means of substance, and totaling 4 days exactly.
But so the mountains. So wait a minute. If creating the mountains and then all of the other stuff took 4 days, it sounds like that would mean that the Earth must be at least 4 days old. It must have taken at least 4 days to make the mountains.
Which as
and
we
everything
know, is
else.
actually 9 billion
That
years
actually
old.
sounds like it is created who created the Earth in 2 days. Like the Earth itself is said to be 2 days. So we
Okay,
can
but
confirm
would you say that the Earth was created in 2 days and then there were 2 more days after that to create the mountains?
No, I
And
wouldn't
then all the
say
other
that.
stuff? How do you look? The mountains
I
are
don't know what all the other stuff is. I know that
Look,
it states 2 days
look.
for
The
Earth to be
mountains are
formed.
on. Yeah, this sounds like a contradiction because the mountains are on Earth, right? So it sounds like you can't start making the mountains until Earth already existed. So it sounds like Earth existed for a
But
minimum of 4 days.
no, Earth exists for a minimum of 2 days. But if we can clearly see that
So then
the
what was
Earth
God doing
that
for the
in the
first 2 days
4 days,
during the 4 days
in
of
the
mountain
first,
construction?
can you please let me complete my sentence?
We'll
Only if
permit
you do
it.
it
I'm
intelligently.
saying that in the 4 days, in the mountains could be also created in the first 2 days. That means all of the other stuff could also
What?
be created after the 2 days.
It says
There
totaling
is,
4 days exactly.
but the other substance also includes in that.
Wait,
Yeah.
so what happened during the 4 days?
Well, God knows that, but He has told us.
I'm asking you, not God.
You're asking me. Well,
Yeah.
I am a
What does the
servant
book
of God.
say?
I don't know
What
if
does
He doesn't
the
tell
book
me.
say?
I am not a prophet.
I mean, it sounds like you're
Yeah.
It sounds like you know something, so it just sounds like you're avoiding the knowledge that the book obviously says and obviously grants you about the 4 days.
Dr.
Because
Blitz, this argument is very simple.
Well,
Let me explain it to you.
I do
You
not
know,
have the
we can
power about.
clearly read verse 9 and determine that the earth was created in 2 days. You know, that's trivial. We can all read here. And you know, it's just above us to interpret the verse right after that. You know, there's no way we could possibly interpret that.
like,
No, I
look,
didn't say that. You put in
trying to be
words
super generous here, it's just really not clear like what's going on. Because if you're making the claim that God created the earth in
Okay, leave
2 days,
leave it.
as it
Okay,
says in verse
I can
9,
give you
it
another.
says it, you know, created the earth in 2 days, and then it sounds like after, or you take those 2 days and then totaling 4 days, so 2 more days after, he placed mountains on it and blessed it and put the provisions
Well,
on
you
it,
are actually
totaling 4 days from
miscomprehending
Earth
it.
not existing to Earth existing and having mountains on it in 4 days.
Well, if you see, the 4 days can be anywhere from 6 days, but you will
But
actually
when?
say
When
that
in the 6 days? So it's the last 4 days of the 6 days, right? It couldn't be the first 4 days.
yeah, it could be. He didn't
Okay.
say that it is from the first 4 days or the last 4 days. He said that it includes the time of the building of earth and the
Okay,
mountains. Meaning the
let's
4 days
examine this.
have
Let,
the 2 days.
yeah, let's examine this. So let's say that 4 days is any set of 4 consecutive days in the 6 days. So one option is that it's the first 4 days. Well, if it was the first 4 days,
It
and we're
cannot be the
supposed to,
first 4 days.
so it can't be the first 4 days. Okay, could it be the middle 4 days?
Well, we don't know that is consecutive 4 days, but it can be the four
Them not being
days.
consecutive just makes it worse, by the way. So you want them to be consecutive.
Mm, okay, we can do it while being consecutive. Can I actually understand your point so that what are you
Yeah.
trying
So could it be the middle 4 days?
to do? No,
Okay, so it can't be the middle 4 days. So it
according
has
to
to
the
be the last four
consecutive term.
days. Sorry?
According to the consecutive term, you state.
Yeah. And we can go over the non-consecutive construction as well, but it has to be the last 4 days if they're consecutive 4 days.
Yes,
So that
that is clear.
means that in the last 4 days, starting 9 billion years ago, he started placing solid mountains on it, blessing it, and measured out its various provisions for all who seek them. What is it referring to?
Well, after that, if you can, it referring to, you can see that it we can also state it that it was created first, meaning that the other thing which was
What
other
is
than Earth.
what does it refer to?
Well,
He placed solid
now
mountains on
actually
it. What does
I am
that
not
refer to?
aware of it. I can look it up, but I
Okay,
am not.
this is obvious. It refers to the subject of the previous sentence, right? That's how languages work. And so the previous sentence says, "How can you disregard the one who created the earth in 2 days? How can you set up other gods as his equals? He is the Lord of all the worlds." So
Well,
it, when he says he
that
placed
is
solid
just
mountains on it, blessed it, that refers to the earth.
it is a rule of language in English. It is not a
No,
rule
no,
of
that's
language
just
in
a rule of
Arabic.
language. When you use pronouns,
No,
they
you
refer
don't
to
know
the
that.
antecedent.
It can be
Pronouns
also
refer to antecedents in every language.
it
Sorry, not
refers to, but
pronouns. Yeah, pronouns. Uh,
uh, yes, yes.
they
But
refer
it
to antecedents,
can be,
right?
if I randomly say it, you cannot state that it was from previous sentence I stated.
If you
You can
randomly
just
say
not.
it, then you're not referring to anything. It is a pronoun, meaning that it refers to something. And so if it refers to something, the pronoun it refers to the antecedent, the thing that came before it.
It can also be any other thing, literally any other thing in the universe.
Oh, okay, so you think is the Quran written perfectly to be understood by all or no?
Well, to be understood by all isn't the thing. It needs to convey the message. It is made to
Okay,
convey
so
the message.
is
It
it
is
possible that Allah was conveying the message vaguely and in a way that was not clear?
well, it is clear right now. You can see the tafsir. I am reading it right now to answer your question of it if it is stated.
Okay, you go ahead and read the tafsir and try to figure out what it is referring to when it's clear as day for the
But
rest
we
of
can
us.
actually refer to logic as you don't even believe in God. So how can you believe in a religion if you don't believe in God? First of all.
Well, what a W pivot away from the bloodbath.
Enormous.
No, I would like to actually debate. This is not actually.
By the way,
I have to
so
read. I would like to
I'm
make
looking at a
logic.
tafsir right now. I'm looking at a tafsir right now from Fusilat. And it says Allah created the earth in 2 days. Then He created the heavens, and then He the heaven and
Better.
gave it its shape in 2 more days. Then He spread the earth, which means that He brought forth therefrom its water and its pasture. And He created the mountains, sand, inanimate things, rocks and hills, and everything in between in 2 more days. This is what Allah says. So this I'm like reading like this. This is a tafsir. This is from Ibn Kathir.
Wait, let me. This is the spreading of earth after came. This was a response of Ibn Abbas, but you have actually misstated that as it
I'm
is the
looking at
response
Ibn Kathir.
of Abbas and not actually Allah.
He says, and He created the mountains, sands, inanimate things, rocks and hills, and everything in between in 2 more days.
In 2 more days. Where
Yeah,
does it
so more days means that 2 days after He created the earth.
He fixed firmly a promotion and benefit for you and your cattle.
Wait, are we
This
looking at tafsirs or are we not looking at tafsirs anymore?
I am actually looking at tafsir. It actually states this. Who is tafsir I actually reading?
I was looking at Ibn Kathir.
Ibn Kathir. Okay. Do you disbelieve in God created in 2 days? Okay. I actually cannot see. Can you share me the tafsir if it is possible?
Justin, can you pull it up?
Yep.
I just went to Quran.com/4110 and then I looked at tafsirs for verse 10.
Yep.
Verse 10. Okay, I was on verse 9. Ibn Kathir. Yeah, here it is. Are you more difficult to create, or is the heaven that he constructed this one?
Let me see if Justin pulled it up. Yeah. So scroll down a bit, Justin.
Okay.
This one
There
here.
will be no king among them the day.
Yeah. Keep going.
Okay. Actually, this is
A
not this verse. This
little
is
bit further.
actually the tafsir of the verse after, and
It'll
after
be,
that.
keep going. Well, this is about verse 9 through 12. So this is about the whole thing. Keep going.
Okay, I am here that then he completed.
Keep going.
and
A little bit more.
finished. I'm at the end.
Okay, Yeah, it's those who disbelieved will wish. It's
Gotcha.
that bit
Okay, last
starting
one.
there. Yeah. So you can see it now.
I cannot see it.
It's
I'm at the
just
end, and it is saying, such is the decree of him, the Almighty, the All-Knower, means the Almighty who has subjugated all things to his control, All-Knower who knows all movements of his creatures. This is the
I
end.
don't understand how you can't see it. It's like it's visible on all platforms.
I know it is, but I cannot
Did
see
you
it.
turn your browser
Okay, I
off?
cannot. I can see your printing. Those who disbelieved will wish. Allah created the earth in 2 days, and He created the heavens. Uh, then is Valia the heaven and gave it shape into 2 more days. Gave it its shape into 2 more days, meaning that He created the heavens in the 6 days and created it. Okay. Then He spread the earth, which means that He brought forth, therefore it was water and pasture, and He created the mountains, sands, inert rock things in 2 more days. This is what Allah says. In 2 more days.
And
Yes,
then keep
so what
reading.
is the problem with this?
Keep reading.
This is what Allah says. This is what the screenshot you shared covers.
Justin, scroll down a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot actually. Okay. He spread the earth, and Allah saying He created earth in 2 days. So He created the earth and everything in 4 days. He
There you
created
go.
heavens
So
in
he
two
created
days.
the earth and everything in it in 4 days.
Okay, now can I analyze this as He created the heavens in 2 days and the earth in 2 days? That completes the 4 days.
The
Is this
heavens
not
are
logical?
not in the earth. I'm not sure if you know
But
of
the
that.
heavens are different, a different thing. It is not in the earth. You are saying correctly. That
Yeah. The
means that
heavens are not in the earth. They're the heavens. God
what are you
created
trying to make
the earth and everything in it in 4 days.
the earth and everything in it in 4 days? He created the earth and everything in it in the 4 days. He created the
And
heavens
he
in two
created the
days.
heavens in 2 days. So like the earth and everything in it was made in 4 days. And then the heavens, so like the stars and the sun and the moon, those were created in 2 days.
Okay.
So that means that the earth and everything in it took 4 days, which would be 9 billion years.
Yeah, you are right here. I have to admit this. But I cannot say that this was a real Quranic miracle, as it was not even a miracle, but
I
I
thought you said it
actually
was a
found it.
Quranic miracle. You didn't
Yes, but
find
I
this.
actually found it.
You are not the first person to have found this.
Well, I am. Well, I found this while reading the Quran, so I could be. I don't know.
You're not. I've heard it before. That's why I knew what the argument was.
Okay. I thought that it was founded by me, but
Wasn't original, no. Sorry.
okay. And everything in it in 4 days. That can also mean the subsistence which appeared in it, like water and asteroids, which came from from other places in the space. That can also mean that, like iron, as it is actually in the earth. Are you getting my point?
No, I kind of missed that.
I'm actually saying that iron, things like iron, which came in asteroid form, can also
Oh,
be
yeah.
created.
I've heard this. I've heard this apologetic. Yeah, so most of the iron on the Earth didn't come from asteroids. It
Yes,
formed
most of
with
it
the
didn't,
Earth.
but it is in the earth. You cannot reject that.
Yeah, like 1% of it.
Yeah, so it actually includes in that.
So, I mean, yeah, the ancient Arabs knew that that you could get iron from asteroids. Sure. In fact, this is a
Well,
pretty common thing
but
across the ancient world.
we can also view it from a different perspective, that iron, which came from other things, also is included in the 4 days, but the earth was created only in 2 days, the whole of earth.
Wait, what? What is the claim being made?
I was saying that the earth was created in the 2 days, but the earth and everything in it, which means the
Yeah.
asteroids and things that
Well, no, the
came from
asteroids
other.
aren't in the Earth.
Yes, the asteroids are not in the earth. They came from a different place in the earth.
No, they didn't come from anywhere in the Earth.
Well, you don't know asteroids come from space.
Yeah. Yeah, we do.
So, So
Do you think that asteroids don't come from space?
well, I think that asteroids come from space and then they are included in the atmosphere and on the land of space. That means that they become a part of space.
So you agree that the Earth and
Of,
everything in
of
it took
Earth,
9
sorry,
billion years to make?
well, no, because
Okay.
everything in
Because
it is actually also the things which came from an external source other
so
than.
the asteroids are also not 9 billion years old. So
Well,
you're kind of out
asteroids
of
would
luck.
be the 9 billion years
No,
old.
the
They're not
asteroids are
actually,
also 4.5 billion years old.
well, 4.5 and 2. That makes up 8. They can also be multiple factors like some atoms or other asteroids, and they can also be multiple factors like asteroids did make 4.5 according to you. All
So
asteroids.
Mohammed, I have a suggestion just
Actually,
to improve your
asteroids were
apologetic
actually made
skills.
from the starting of the Big Bang. You don't know
So
that
Mohammed,
how much
Mohammed,
time.
I have a suggestion just to improve the apologetics here. Um, so I would look up Simone Albiles from the 2024 Tafsir. This scholar showed the immense skill that is required in order
Actually,
to do mental gymnastics, as is
Mm,
required by the apologetics that
I
you're
would
currently
actually
doing.
appreciate
mm,
if you take anything from the Hadith or the Quran. I would not actually refer to something of a scholar who is not actually a part of Islam and
whoosh.
excluded from it.
It's
Okay,
fine. It's fine. The
scholars are
comments
not
got
a
it.
part of Islam, they are just Muslims. You are making a right a
Simone
fallacy
Biles
here.
is not Muslim, I don't think. Actually, maybe she could be, I guess, but I don't think that she is.
Well, she's a Muslim. She's not the part of
No,
Islam.
she's Christian actually. I was just
Okay,
making
so
a
you are
joke about how
actually
you're
off. But
she's also not a scholar. I was just making a joke about how the fact that you're bending and twisting yourself into a pretzel in order to try to make this argument work.
well, I am not bending and twisting. It is my belief that Islam includes the Hadith and the Quran. There is nothing else in it, and it is not actually an ad hominem fallacy, as anyone else can do something who
Who's
is
doing an
something
ad
else.
hom? Nobody's doing an ad hom.
Me, I am.
No, I am
Oh,
not saying that it is a ad hominem fallacy. It would be if you say that Osama bin Laden was a Muslim and he did all of that stuff. So Islam is wrong. That means that Islam consists of uh, basically Hadith and Quran, and actually not the scholars who came after it. Are you getting my point?
whoosh. Maybe not. Mohammed, here's what I would suggest. I would suggest trying to look at these things in a dispassionate way. So rather than
Okay,
trying to
I would
twist the
actually switch
words
to
so that they
normal
agree with
logic
the
and
view,
Islamic
try
logic.
to understand what the words are saying and establish your view accordingly.
Okay, let me just switch up the arguments a little. So what do you think of God? What is God? The definition of God?
Like a personal ultimate foundation.
Ultimate foundation?
Yeah, ultimate foundation refers to something that grounds and causes everything else, but is itself ungrounded and uncaused.
Okay, but you refer to God as an entity or an agent in the last debate.
Yeah, a personal ultimate foundation. Yeah.
A person who works on himself and is actually the only single thing like that, or a Hinduist foundation.
What? A
Like,
personal, just an ultimate foundation who has personal qualities, like, takes actions to achieve goals.
so we think
You
he
know,
is one. Do you think that he should be one or he can be multiple?
uh, probably just one. I think you're gonna have
Yes,
problems if you think it's multiple.
yes, that is obvious. And we believe that he's eternal. Like,
Okay. That is included in ultimate foundation.
that is included in the ultimate foundation? What do you mean by
Yeah,
that?
because if you're the ultimate foundation, then time depends on you for its existence.
Yes, yes, we agree with that. And time already exists, like you said, the ideologies of presentism and eternalism. I thought, yes, eternalism. Eternalism should be actually correct and the better approach here. Do you agree with me?
Sure, but that leaves like a big problem for you, which is that God didn't bring things into existence. There's no state where God exists alone, and then he brings creation into existence. If eternalism is true, then the future always existed.
No, actually, we believe that God was there, and he actually wrote a thing called Lohe Mahfuz, and he actually wrote everything, and he knows actually everything, the past, present, and the future, and he's outside the field of time. Time does not limit him; he limits.
Do you think God ever existed alone?
God, no, he was always there. Like, he can be alone. It is not like, I want to say that he existed, he could exist alone if nothing else was there, but
O-
he is like constant. He's everywhere.
Yeah, but do
Like,
you ever
not
think that there was a
everywhere, but
state of do you
in
think there was
every
ever a state of
time zone.
affairs where God existed without creation?
Where God existed without creation, well, that, we cannot say, but
Well,
it
either he
can
did
be a
or he
possibility.
didn't. Let's
It
explore
can
both
be a
both
possibility.
possibilities. If God exists without creation, well, then that would require a change within him. You need to go from a state that is absent change to a state that has change, but that itself would be a change, which means that you can't do that.
Yes, but I am not saying that there could be a point like that, as God Himself is the creator. He needs to be like there in all time stamps, like you say. Do you believe that time is infinite? Like, time is infinite?
Yes.
Okay. So do you believe that there was, like, in the Big Bang? Like, do you believe in the Big Bang?
Uh, yeah, I do.
Do you know there's also a theory that how the Big Bang happened, that there was empty space, and space cannot be empty, and because of that some reactions. I didn't go in the deepness or in the depth of the theory, but it stated that
I grant that.
because of the emptiness the Big Bang happened, or something like that. Do you actually believe in that?
I have no clue what that means.
So
I tend
why
towards
did the Big Bang happen?
I'm a less epistemically humble guy than Dr. Blitz, which is why I have a lot of unearned confidence in the assertion that the universe goes through infinite cycles of big bounces and big crunches. So the reason why the Big Bang happened is because there were rapid deposits of energy into various dark energy fields, leading to the rapid expansion of the universe.
Okay, so why did the rapid expansion happen?
Because of the massive deposits of energy into dark energy fields.
Well, the second law of the thermodynamics states that there cannot be energy in a isolated field. So where
That's
did the
not at all
energy
what the second law
come
of
from?
thermodynamics says.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Well, my physics is going on a little vacation, but there was a law that energy, conservation of energy, the law of conservation of energy.
That's also not what the law of
Do
conservation
you
of
know
energy
about that?
says, right?
Well, what
Um,
does it say?
It says that in a system with time translation invariance, there's a quantity called energy which doesn't change. It doesn't say anything about how like you can't have energy in an isolated field or something.
Not in an isolated field, actually, isolated system. You cannot, and the energy remains constant. It was that, as I think, in an isolated,
That's
like,
yeah,
place.
that's roughly it, but
Yeah, that was roughly
that
it.
wasn't what you said.
As so, what do you think? The energy was always there in the system, or like there was always energy in the universe, or in the space, or you can say in the space where the Big Bang happened?
Yeah, that's the view that I take. Although I think this conversation is probably better handled by Dr. Blitz. I'm gonna throw it over to Horseman number two.
Yeah, so look, the, the second law of thermodynamics only holds in a setting where the first law of thermodynamics holds. And it's not clear at all that the first law of thermodynamics even holds in our universe as like a whole. And so it just seems like any attempts to say that the universe couldn't have always existed because of these laws of thermodynamics fail on that front.
Okay, so you mean that the first law of, but how can the first law of thermodynamics work on Earth if it doesn't work on the universe?
Because Earth is a smaller system, and so it only has to hold in a small region, or approximately hold in a small region. It doesn't have to hold globally. As a good example, by the way, one could say that the temperature in a freezer, that there is a law of freezer temperatures, and that the temperature in any freezer, or that the temperature in this place is always, -4 degrees Celsius. But that's only true inside the freezer. It's not true outside the freezer.
Okay, so you believe that actually the Earth is a type of isolated system, but the Earth is
No,
isolated.
the Earth isn't even isolated. The point is the second law, or the first law of thermodynamics, is an approximate law. So it seems to hold very, very accurately on scales smaller than galaxy clusters.
Okay, so you are saying that it doesn't actually apply on the whole of the universe everywhere,
Yes.
and energy can actually be created and destroyed in
Yes.
the universe.
In fact, it's not even, energy isn't even well defined.
Well, yes, you can say that. I agree with you
Globally,
that
I should say.
it isn't well defined. But how can it be created and destroyed? I don't understand the idea of that.
Well, look, I mean, understanding why, so the issue is that in a cosmology like our own, in a universe like our own, there's not even a well-defined notion of energy, right? There's not some universal invariant notion of energy that we can even talk about being fixed.
But we know the approximate definition of energy, that it is a, like, you
Yeah,
can
and
define
that definition of energy doesn't work for our universe.
Well, it works for hypotheses. Like in our mind, we
I don't
can
know what
think
that
of
means.
energy.
We can think about it, but then so look, the way that you can define energy is you take a system whose Lagrangian is time invariant, or time translation invariant, and then you can define the total energy of the system defined by the Lagrangian that has this property, and you'll get some formula for it in terms of the field variables or the discrete variables or whatever it might be. But our universe doesn't have the property of being time translation invariant, so you can't define an energy for it.
Well, do you believe? I'm curious that do you believe that the universe could be empty at any point, like it had no energy in it,
It's really hard to say what you mean by empty.
like completely empty?
Of like quantum fields? No, probably
Like
not.
it is like a empty place, like it has nothing in it.
Probably not. I suspect that that's probably impossible.
Well, do you believe that something can be completely empty?
Classically, maybe, but not in a universe that obeys quantum mechanics.
Well, that actually seems wrong to me, as we can think of a box that is completely empty, like it
You can
has
think of
something
it,
in it.
yeah. That doesn't make it physically possible.
Well, it should be possible, as if we just take out all of the stuff, do not leave anything, and put it away, like go take it everything away from it, like it should remain empty. Do you
Yeah,
not?
except there's always quantum fields in them.
Okay.
Dr. Blitz, would you mind imagining me squatting down really deep and then jumping to the moon? Can you imagine that, Dr. Blitz?
I can.
I know what
I
you're
guess
trying
that
to do
means that
here.
it's like possible for me to jump
It
to the
is
moon.
possible actually, if you apply
Only if you
enough
use a double
force
jump.
and you're Superman.
I might need to start spamming the triple jump even.
Okay, I know what you're trying to do. Your rhetoric is actually on peak today, I think so. Okay,
Hey,
I would
thanks.
actually like to say that fine tuning is a thing
No,
that
we
Justin,
can't.
we should move to the next. We should have
I
moved
think
to the next
so.
one.
Mohammed, we need to move on. We've jumped from topic to topic at this point.
Yeah. Mohammed, thanks for coming up and chat with us, but we've got to move through some other guests and keep the show rolling. But thanks for coming up, bud.
Okay, let me 1 second, please.
Okay.
Justin, you need to put the let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Sound like sound effect or whatever on the thing on the
It's true.
your box.
I
Because
do.
it's so funny. Because often, like when they beg to explain something, it's the funniest part. It's the funniest
It
use of
happens a
the
lot.
sound effect box.
All right. Give me a
It
second.
really
I'll write that
does.
down. Let me tell you. Gotcha. Okay. I'll get it added. There's a couple others I need to add as well. We'll get that taken care of. Hey, mostly Gizzards, good to see you this morning. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, my biggest problem with fine tuning, the universe is vast with many possible orientations. We are just the puddle of water in the pothole. That's my view of it. Plus, it's interesting because like when you talk about the fine tuning in a universe, like we've only know a fraction of the universe. We can't really make claims about the whole universe given how little we know about it. Zach Penetroff, thank you for the super chat, says the biologist in me is confused by your use of life. Is there a philosophical definition where given electrons, a mind produces them to be alive?
That probably wouldn't fit under our definition of life. But when we speak of life, probably what we're referring to in like the philosophical context or in the discussion of fine tuning is like agents that are morally significant. That's what God wants is agents that are morally significant, and presumably those would need to be alive. Although, it wouldn't fit like a classical definition of life if we were like electrons in love. But at that point, like what it means to be alive is probably just different.
And I thought, am I misunderstanding it? It's kind of an internal critique as well. Like if you're using the God definition of life, life is like God doesn't fit the definition of life either.
True.
We're saying like electrons would be alive in the same way that God is alive, right?
Yeah.
Herbie,
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you for the £5 super chat. It says, I've just started watching. Ian was on time. How did that happen? You know what? Miracles.
I become a nighttime showerer is how
it's relativity of simultaneity, actually.
Oh, makes perfect sense. Bermuda Grass, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Christian in life or death situation, now questioning some things. Trying to join as a guest, but do not have a full URL. My name is Cleo. Oh, Cleo, you are joined. We just haven't pulled you into the conversation yet. You're actually coming up next, I think. So it sounds like you might be deconstructing right now. We'll grab you here in just a second, and we'll get you in. Just some guy, hey, thanks for the super chat, says, Muhammad Ali is, well, he is. I mean, that Muhammad Ali is cooked. He's done. Peace be upon him. Jessica, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, there's a genius here in our midst. He goes by the name Dr. Blitz. Sharp and shrewd, but seldom rude. Scoundrels all forced to quit. Unbelievable.
Those rhymes with Blitz. Blitz is not an easy word to rhyme with. So like, kudos.
I'm saying
Midst was great. That's a top tier Eminem rhyme.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. Kane, thank you for the super chat. Says, my favorite schwa is chicken shawarma. Delicious. Fair enough. Chicken shawarma is pretty damn good. All right, I'm going to grab one more super chat. We'll get Cleo in here from Genji. Hey, thank you for the $50 super chat, friend. That is monumental. We really appreciate that. It looks like a question. Justin, what would be the top 3 differences between the beliefs of Judean community in Elephantine versus the Judean community that never fled to Egypt? I'm not convinced that there was, well, okay. We don't really know much about the Judean community prior to a certain time period. It might be that the Judean community actually originated from Egypt and then ended up in Judea and then fled back into Egypt again, which is how we get the Elephantine people. So the Elephantine people, like 400 BCE or so, but theoretically that comes after the prior Exodus. Nevertheless, 3 differences between the two. The people at Elephantine didn't seem to have a strong source of scriptural support. In fact, they wrote back to the temple in what was left in Jerusalem to look for support on how to do the Passover. So it seems like they didn't have a big scriptural footing. It's clear that whatever laws they were practicing, they weren't identical to the biblical laws. We can find in those laws there are like marriage contracts and different things like that, and other like property contracts, land contracts, and things like that don't really coincide with what the biblical text would have you do. So it seems like the people in Elephantine only had a loose idea of what it was like legally to be a Jew. And it seems clear. It seems to me that the Elephantine people might have been a little bit of like synchronistic. It seemed like they didn't have too much of a problem integrating into the life style of the host country, which is why like when the Egyptians took over Egypt, even the Jews that were still there seemed to Hellenize pretty easily. So it seems like they didn't have that strict form of Judean religious community. There are probably others. I'm not an expert in Elephantine. We do have pretty good amount of evidence written about them at this point. But those would be the three ones that stand out to me personally from what I've been through. Nevertheless, there's a lot of data on it, and nowadays you can get it for free if you want to read the Elephantine Papyri. Highly recommend it. Thank you for the good question, Genji. All right, Cleo wanted to get in. Let's get Cleo in here, and we'll keep the conversations moving. How you doing, Cleo? Are you at least 18? Cleo?
Sorry about that.
There
My
you
mic was on mute.
We got you.
Howdy.
Yeah, I'm well over 18. I do want to let you guys know ahead of time, though. This is probably going to be hilarious, but I still have not changed my smoke alarm, so you might hear a beep in the background. At the same time, I do have some jazz playing. If you don't like that, I'll cut that off.
Yeah, the jazz will make it very difficult to continue.
Let me turn it off. Thank you. Is the audio better now?
It should be all right. Everyone hear him okay?
Yeah, I can hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Okay, all right. I do also want to preface before I begin three things. So one, I am autistic, so I'll just ask for you guys to attempt to bear with me. I might not explain things perfectly, but if you have questions, feel free to ask. Second, it is difficult to talk about this, so I'll try my best to make it as short form as possible. And number three, you are correct. I think your name is Justin Deconstruction Zone. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I am currently deconstructing. So yeah, if you guys don't already have any questions, I'll go ahead and start.
Well, so I guess we'll want to clarify the situation. We are in a debate format. So typically what we'll do is we're going to ask you to, whatever form of God you believe in, we're going to challenge you and ask you to defend that form of theism. And then hopefully at the end of the discussion, we will have exchanged some information that will hopefully be helpful to somebody, perhaps even yourself.
Okay, so I was under the impression that the guy...
Justin, can you turn down Cleo a bit, because
is Cleo loud?
Cleo's mic is really loud.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry,
Especially
1
on
second.
TikTok.
Oh, sorry.
All right, try
No, you're
now.
fine.
All right, Cleo.
So yeah, apologies.
Oh yeah, you were a
I was
little
under
bit
the...
loud. Okay, it should be better now. Let me know if the audio levels are better now.
I can get further away if it... Is it a little more silent
No,
now?
no, it's not you. You should be okay.
Okay.
So, Cleo, you're kind of still a Christian. What would be a good reason, say, to even be a Christian?
So for me, I can only speak for pretty much me. I don't think my personal reason would necessarily be anyone else's personal reason. But for me, I would say a good reason to be a Christian is for me it would be based on how I see the definition of sin. I haven't had most Christians see the definition of sin the way that I see it. But for me, I think when I look at certain quote unquote bad things that humans do, my life got better when I was willing to accept the definition of sin. In my opinion, it gave me a broader scope of morality. Not that I didn't have a scope already, it just gave me a broader scope. That's what I would say is a good reason to be a Christian.
I may not fully understand what you're saying. I think all of the religious systems have like a definition of sin, but like I think in order for sin to exist, you need the God already, right? Sin implies that you're doing something that the God doesn't want, but like we don't even think that the God exists.
Yeah, I would say that's a religious definition of sin. I think that's why you mentioned, just my opinion, I think that's why you mentioned other religions, but you specifically asked me what would be a good reason to be a Christian, not what would be a good reason to be a theist.
Well, you
So
can
I'm
answer
not-
either
I'm
one,
not-
whichever you think is more fitting.
Well, I wouldn't answer theist specifically because I don't think every religion that uses the term sin is the defining it exactly the same way. Like,
But
for example, even if
but
you
we
were
just
to
need
go
to know
with
how
the
you're
Abraham,
defining it, right? So if you're giving an argument from sin, we just need to know how you're defining that word.
I didn't know you were literally asking for the definition. I am literal because I'm autistic, so I didn't know you were literally asking me for to provide a definition. So I guess the best definition that I could provide, it's not going to be necessarily perfect, but I would say
Say what?
well, you know what? Sorry, I was thinking a bit. I'll be honest, man. I don't want to interrupt the flow of what you guys are doing, and I've already pretty much admitted that I'm currently in a deconstructing phase. I misunderstood. I thought the prompt "God isn't real" was just a discussion. I didn't know it was a debate format. So to be candid, I don't want to waste any of your time, and I also don't want my time wasted because I'm in a life or death situation. This isn't going to help me. So respectfully, I'm just going to bow. You know, I appreciate it though.
Fair enough, Cleo. Good luck.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll be
All right,
live
thank you. Take care, man.
soon, doing a Q&A on my main channel on Deconstruction Zone. You're welcome to pop in if you just need to run some questions by somebody, okay?
Okay.
All right, cheers, man. Well, you said life or death. I hope whatever it is, I hope they're okay.
Yeah, I hope everything's okay.
Anyways, if you really need something, you can reach out and join our Discord as well. Like if there's something you really need, we don't want, if you're like in harm's way, please by all means let us know. The Rabid Squirrel, it says, all hail the emissary of the lava lamp. Indeed, Dr. Blitz, you've got a dedicated follower there. Well, actually,
Indeed.
the lamp does. Mimdus, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, is last week episode going to get uploaded? I missed it. It actually is uploaded, and it should be unprivated, or be unprivated today for sure. Sorry, there was a snippet I had to clip out of it for privacy's sake before we could publish it. Something happened during the live stream. It snipped out. It should be a private today. And Boogit, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, almost counts for horseshoes and hand grenades. Yeah, I've heard that one before, actually. Not fine-tuning. Try again, Muhammad Ali. If God liked anything, I think he would like the fine-tuning of hand grenades. He seems to like destruction. And John Blair, thank you for the super chat, says, is giving away energy a valid rule to existing? Interesting. Giving away?
Like
I have
transfers
no idea
of
what that
energy,
means.
maybe. I mean, maybe there's like some configuration of reality where they don't do that. Presumably in heaven there isn't like exchanges of energy going on.
Interesting. The definition of like biological life I was always told was it's something that reproduces and consumes energy, not necessarily produces energy. I don't know if that's a good definition, but that's kind of how I was taught. Jessica Transmetal, good to see you again. Thank you for the additional music note. It says, while Ian has a tongue like a sword, illogical thinking is twisted and gored. With a twirl of their pen and their cheeky little grin, you certainly will never get bored.
Aw.
Oh, nice.
That's so
Very
sweet.
nice.
Thank you so much. That was really
Cute.
cool.
Cutie patootie.
And there's more though. Thank you, Jessica, for more. We got more songs coming. On your YouTubes every Sunday night, the Unapologetics crew up for the fight. Fallacious reasoning exposed, the gods of old deposed, an entertaining but terrifying sight. Amazing. I think Jessica's recording me reading all these super chats so she can put it into a song and place music behind it and put it on YouTube. I'd be okay with that, Jessica. Thank you for the rhymes. They're really good. And we're going to read one more super chat, then we'll get the next after our next guest. Carnage, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. It says, I'm once again begging you to add Your Mother Was Wrong for Having You to the soundboard. You know what? I apologize. That's on me. This is the only Minar I've got.
I'm beautiful. I'm gorgeous. I'm big. I can do handstands.
It's so good.
I will make sure that happens today. I will.
Holy
That
shit.
will.
I
be...
can do handstands.
Yeah, out of fucking nowhere. Bro,
Can you do handstands?
I can do handstands from downtown.
Just saying.
I mean, it's just a perfect time to bring up Simone Biles, by the way.
True. Although I don't see a Simone Biles in the queue, unfortunately.
That's. Oh
But-
my God, Justin.
Wait, did I miss something?
Oh my god.
I know she's a gymnast.
Oh, okay.
There's an inside joke
Yeah.
apparently. I
So-
guess I don't know.
Well, like Simone Biles, famous for being really, really good gymnast.
Can do handstands.
Handstands are gymnast talents.
I did make that connection.
Okay? So like you could.
I just didn't know if it was a joke or.
Okay.
Is that supposed to be
No,
funny?
it was just a bit. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Aw.
Sorry, friends.
That's what my wife says sometimes.
See, I'm already canceled today, so I mean, you can't expect much from me. I've already been disavowed like 6 times. We can go for a 7th though. I think Turban was next in. If you're watching on TikTok,
I'm
I
on the
saw
same issue, too.
Guitar / Matthew Red in the queue, and then they dropped. So Guitar, don't know what happened to you. We were going to bring you in, and now you're gone. Also, if Yikers is back, I think we had some unfinished business with Yikers.
That
still
we
yet.
did. We did have some unfinished business with Yikers.
We told him to come back prior to like 3 o'clock this time, so hopefully we'll get Yikers in here. But for now, let's grab T Turbine. How you doing, Turbine?
Good, thanks. How you doing?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
And do you believe in God?
Yes, I do.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
God of the Bible.
Okay, so you're Christian? Cool.
Yes.
And what do you think is the best argument for the Bible God or any God?
There's the list, the Bible, and my personal experience. And
What-
the list being primarily 4 things.
Okay.
First cause, intelligent design, life creates life, and the theory that life exists and things that exist don't go out of existence.
Sure. Which
What-
one of those you want to tackle first?
The last one is the one that lately has been substantial to me. Is the theory that life exists, and if it exists, then it's obviously invisible.
What?
What?
If life exists, it's obviously invisible.
Why?
Invisible?
I can see life though.
It's there's 2 things that exist is the theory: matter, and then I'm introducing maybe there's something else that exists, and that's life.
What?
Why?
Life is made of matter.
Pardon, which one? Which question?
All of them. Life is made of matter.
No, this is a theory that it's something that it also exists. It's not made of matter. It's invisible. So
What?
yeah,
What?
and
What is it?
it's called spirit in the Bible, but it's what animates our body and gives us life. It's shaped to our body. It fits right in with our flesh. It knits right in with our flesh, and that's what is thinking, is seeing, is hearing, is interacting.
Sure. And what's the evidence that any of this is in existence? Because science would just say otherwise.
Yeah, it's theory. It's theory.
Well, we know
When
it's
you say
theory.
theory, you mean like shower thought, right?
What's that? Pardon?
When you say theory, you mean like shower thought?
Like a hypothesis, a theory. Shower thought. I still don't know that word.
Well,
Yeah,
shower
I
thoughts
can
and
explain.
theories
A
aren't
shower
the
thought.
same.
A shower thought is like when you get in the shower and you're just thinking and you're like, but what if? And then that's it. That's the whole shower thought.
Okay.
So it sounds like what you're giving us is a shower thought, not a theory.
Well, okay. Well, no, I think it's a good theory because look at how abundantly filled with life the world is. So you're saying that it could only be biological, the idea that life exists otherwise?
What's your definition of life?
I don't really have one.
Well, I don't know how we're gonna have a conversation about what life
that
is
seems
without a definition. I have no
challenging.
idea what the criteria
Well,
for life is.
Well, I told you what life is. I gave you that description.
I don't
I
think
didn't
you
hear it.
did.
Spirit. That's what we are. As spirit is.
Well,
Do you think
God,
bacteria is spirit?
that continue. Pardon?
Do you think bacteria is spirit?
No.
is bacteria alive?
alive?
Apparently, yeah.
So life can't be spirit.
What? Life can't be spirit because of bacteria.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you're saying life is spirit, bacteria is alive, bacteria doesn't have spirit, that means your definition doesn't work.
God is the giver of life to all creatures, all animals.
Well,
God.
you can say that, but that doesn't fix the problem.
What problem about bacteria?
No, the problem is your definition doesn't work.
It works fine for me.
All right,
How does it not work?
we'll just I'll write it out. Maybe we're losing track of it. You should be able to see a notepad on a screen here. So we'll try to slowly work through this situation here. 1 second, let me get the right size. There we go. Okay. Life is spirit. That's what you said. And then you said, was it insects? We'll call it insects for now. Insects.
Bacteria.
Oh, that's right. Bacteria. Sorry. Yep. Bacteria has life.
Okay, I don't. Yeah, okay.
It also said bacteria has no spirit. So if bacteria has
Maybe it
life
does have
but
spirit.
no
I don't know.
spirit, then you can't say that bacteria have life and also have no spirit.
Well, yeah, okay. Whatever. That's all theory also.
No, that was your
That's
theory.
logic.
Well, you asked the question, does bacteria have spirit? How should I know? I kind of went with, okay, yeah.
It was based on your definition.
Well, how about with mammals, fish, birds, man?
What about them?
What about
That kind of
what about
like
tardigrades?
bacteria? I mean,
What about
that's
tardigrades?
just what God makes for a purpose,
What about tardigrades?
Tardigrades?
Tardigrades. Water
I don't know.
bears? Moss
I don't know.
piglets? It's a kind of animal. They're
Jesus fuck.
microscopic.
Yeah, God gives all creatures life. All life comes from God.
Do they have
Okay, so
spirits?
tardigrades
life.
have life. Do they have spirits?
God's spirit. Apparently, when an animal dies, its spirit returns to the Lord. The Bible says. So we go with that theory.
So do
Okay, so
tardigrades
tardigrades
have
have
spirits?
spirits.
So God sustains it alive. I don't think I would say no. I don't.
So
But
then they
God
don't have
sustains
life.
it biologically alive. It maintains biologically life by processing energy from the sun. But as far as being a living creature, that's just I don't know. I don't think it's
Well, we're
relevant.
trying to pan down what a living creature is in your worldview, and we're not really getting it.
Because
Well,
tardigrades are animals,
well,
is the point.
The only problem is that it doesn't apply to bacteria. So you say that
Tardigrades aren't bacteria. Tardigrades are not bacteria. They are animals.
Okay, so it doesn't apply to animals either, apparently.
There
I
are
don't
some
know.
animals that it seems not to apply to, is the problem.
Apparently. How do you determine which animals it applies to?
Everything except for bacteria and targamas, whatever those are.
Tugama.
Hold on. Just to be clear, what about I don't know, nematodes?
Okay, single cell creatures and such.
Nematodes and tardigrades are not single cell.
Okay, what are they?
They're animals. They're
Mammals?
multicellular animals.
Okay. So what am I supposed to know about them?
Are they life or are they not life? Do they have the are they living?
Well, yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, so they have a spirit.
All living things have a personality. If you notice, wolves in
Including
the field,
tardigrades.
each one has a personality. Even fish in the school, each one has a personality. Please don't go to bacteria.
We're not talking about bacteria.
Animals, but all animals have a personality. and and all living things have a personality, is what I'm saying. And God is a living
But
thing, and He
okay,
has a
so
personality.
tardigrades have
So when
personality?
but yeah, so life is more substantial to us than the material world
Would you
because
say
there's.
you'd say like trees have personality?
Pardon?
You'd say trees have personality?
I don't know about plants, but God gives them life.
Okay.
Seems they do. Seems they do.
Uh, it seems they don't actually.
Well, they communicate, and they're each one's an individual, and he's concerned about his own life. He reacts if it gets damaged.
I
In
don't
that
know
sense,
if
I say that.
I don't know if that's how I'd characterize personality. You know, I think you
Yeah,
need a
that's how I
mind
care.
to have a personality.
Okay. Well, the secret life of plants, you've heard of that. That's what I'm going by. They seem to communicate and they seem to
Isn't it
be
the secret life
reactive
of
to the world.
bees?
Pardon?
I thought it was the secret life of bees.
I thought it was the secret life of trees.
No, it's a record by Stevie Wonder, The Secret Life of Plants.
Oh.
Um,
Oh, the hidden life of trees is what I was thinking of.
The Secret Life of Plants is a book by Peter Tompkins and Christopher Bird.
Yeah.
Well,
I haven't
what's
heard
the
of the.
Stevie Wonder
Oh,
album?
that's also there is a Stevie Wonder's journey through the Secret Life of Plants.
Right. Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's called Stevie Wonder's Journey Through the Secret Life of Plants. So it has like a quote in the quote.
Okay.
So what is that? What is the Secret Life of Plants?
It sounds like it's a book and a part of a title of an album.
Well, what does the book describe?
I don't know. I haven't read it. Have you read it?
It's not a reading club. Okay,
well,
Turbine, let's not
but it's
get
saying that
let's get off
does
track
the book
here.
say that plants
Well, we
have a
didn't
secret life?
we didn't read the
Therefore, each
book,
one an
Turbine. We're
individual?
not debating the book.
Okay.
All right, we'll just focus here. Okay, so far we've gotten nowhere, right? So you can't really
I'm
describe what
winning.
life is. You're just saying that we have life and that life exists and that life comes from God, but you don't even know what life is. So this probably isn't your strongest argument. Did you want to go to one of your other arguments, like the first cause or intelligent design?
This one's okay. This one
Oh
I
boy.
think I'm winning at.
I don't even think you have a definition yet. You can't be winning
The
if you don't
idea
even know what you're arguing for.
Well, the Bible says spirit.
Well, I don't
So
care
if you
what the
go with
Bible
that,
says. The Bible says that rock badgers chew cud.
unreached tribes believe that the spirit continues to live
Hold on.
after the
How do you
body
know what
dies.
unreached tribes believe if they've never been reached?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Rhetorical technique, lightning. Come on. A tribal man
It's a
intrinsically believes in that his spirit
well,
continues to live. He believes
not the
Wait, a
Braha.
tribal man
There's
intrinsically
author
believes
that
this?
talks about the leopard spirit and the monkey spirit, and
What
talks about
tribes are
spirits
you
walking
referring
about,
to?
and mankind.
You do
That's
know
what.
that all
So you asked
tribes
me what's
have
the
different
definition of
beliefs.
life. What's the
Like there might
definition of
be a
spirit?
tribe out there that
Life
thinks
of
that
spirit.
spirits exist, but it's kind of irrelevant. Like every tribal culture is going to have their own belief system.
Right, but you asked me what is life, what is spirit. That is what is life. Bible, what
Yeah.
people,
I had a question.
non-Bible cultures believe. All cultures,
I have a question about
Babylonians,
God.
Persians.
Does God rest?
Does God rest?
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
Is God all powerful?
Yes.
Okay, do all powerful beings need rest?
Not physically.
Okay, how does he rest then?
Mentally.
What's a mental rest?
You know Bishop Mari.
What's a mental rest?
Well, a lot of stress. Oh, that's a big relief off my mind. You're working hard all day. You're an
Well,
accountant.
Mental stress is when you go to an inpatient clinic.
yeah, if you're all powerful, how do you get mentally stressed?
Well, if you've you're you know what it is to be a student, spend all day reading in
Well,
textbook, and you're
I
weary
do, but
mentally, not physically
God's all
weary.
powerful. I'm limited, right? I don't have unlimited power and attention. God does.
Well, that's what I mean by that, is that you're okay. So God, according to Bishop Mari,
Oh boy.
he said that the
Who now?
Garden of Eden occurred on the Sabbath, and God couldn't rest until He provided redemption for man. And when he
But
fixed the
we're not
situation
we're
in
not
the
asking
Garden of
about
Eden,
redemption. We're asking you
that's
to
when God
explain
could
how
rest,
God requires rest when He's also all powerful.
because he was worried about man. And then when
Why?
salvation was
He knows the
provided,
future
he
already.
could rest. That's what Bishop Mari says.
Why is he worried about man when he already knows the
Who is this
future?
person?
Because he's you
Kids,
haven't
kids these days don't even know Bishop Mari.
yeah, you haven't heard of him?
Is he like a Super
my
Smash Bros.
YouTube always
character?
pops him up.
No, he's an Orthodox bishop that is, by most accounts, just an apostate, heretical, like.
Is he like actually a bishop?
He's
Yeah.
not bad.
Yeah.
He got attacked by a Muslim and they stabbed him in the eye.
I'm sure he's a cool dude. He's just a weird woo-woo heretical church leader. And we're not really concerned about Bishop Mari today. We're concerned about what the Bible says right now. No one cares about Mari.
So why was he excommunicated?
Oh shit, we're gonna get derailed on
I don't
Mari.
know about it.
I'm sorry. That, you know what? Ignore that question. Go ahead, Justin.
Bishop Mari's a whole topic unto himself. We don't want to waste time on him.
Well, I like that point he made, though. I was impressed by that point he made.
So go ahead, Justin. Feel free to continue the conversation. Apologies for derailing.
No, it's okay.
It's my fault.
Turbin, let's try to focus here. So this is very simple. We're just trying to get you to use words properly. So if God is all powerful, right? If God is all knowing, what that means is he doesn't need rest, and he certainly shouldn't be worrying. Worrying happens when you don't know what's going to happen, right? When you already know what's going to happen, you don't worry. God's all knowing and he's all powerful. Not only does he not need to rest, he also doesn't need to worry.
Well, somehow, I think there's an agency of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Father and Son, basically, and Son lives in the present. And he could know all things in the future, but the Father has all that concerned, and he's not concerned.
Okay, well, we're talking about the Father and not the Son.
But the Son's living in the present.
We're talking about the Father and not the Son.
Okay, so the Father wouldn't need rest. The Son wants rest, though.
Agreed. So I'm asking you about God the Father. Why does Yahweh is his name? Why does Yahweh need rest?
I don't know.
Well, that's the problem, right? I'm showing you in the worldview that you have, the Bible doesn't make any sense. For example, in Isaiah, it says, "Have you not known, have you not heard? The Lord is the everlasting God, the creator of the ends of the earth. He does not faint or grow weary," right? And you would expect that if he was all powerful. The problem is, if you go to Exodus, it says the opposite. "It's a sign forever," meaning the Sabbath, "between me and the Israelites. In the 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, and on the seventh day he rested and was refreshed." Meaning meaning he needed recovery time.
Where's that quote?
Exodus 30.
Exodus 30.
31.
Moses created the Sabbath. We don't know if they observed the Sabbath in the book of Genesis.
Nope. God created the Sabbath.
Jesus said that the Sabbath was created for man.
By
Moses
God.
brought in the Sabbath.
By God.
The book of Genesis, we don't
by
see
God,
them.
By God. Turbin, focus. The Hebrew Bible, God says to rest on the seventh day. God says that, not Moses.
No, Moses brings it in. God does not say to rest on the seventh day.
Moses is delivering the laws that God gives him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Moses didn't write a single law, not one. I mean, he might have wrote them, but he didn't invent any of them.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so what that means is God decided, because he rested and was refreshed on the seventh day, humans would need that as well. But trying to figure out why an all-powerful God needs rest and relaxation if he's all-powerful.
He didn't need it. He wanted it.
But
it'd be a good idea.
The point is, it's not possible.
Oh, I see. So it doesn't make sense. Therefore, it's a contradiction. And so.
Yes, I'm showing you a contradiction. Entities that cannot rest can't then say that they're resting.
That's not a disqualifier by any means, not even close.
It is. It's just a straight contradiction.
No, it's not physical rest.
What is it then?
He decided to. No, it's not a disqualifier.
What does it mean to be refreshed?
Gee, that's a tough question. To get freshed again.
What does that mean? What does it mean to be freshed or freshened?
To become fresh.
What's that mean?
Why you ask me that simple
Because
question?
it's vital to understanding the point that's being made right now. Right? Being refreshed means that the stuff that you're lacking is replenished. It's been refreshed. So like when you're playing a sport, you might take a sports drink to replenish your electrolytes. You're refreshing yourself. Or when you're drinking water, you're refreshing yourself because something is lacking and it needs to be replenished. But God wouldn't be lacking anything. God never lacks anything and he never wears out, which means there's no reason for God to ever need refreshing or ever need rest.
So because of that, I shouldn't believe in God.
Oh, no, because of a million different reasons. I'm just showing you one. See, the way these discussions work is you have to have a point of entry. And the point of entry that I chose is a Bible contradiction, of which there are hundreds. My favorite Bible contradictions are actually between God and the Apostle Paul. You want to see one of those?
Okay.
You probably know a very famous passage in Matthew 5 where Jesus says, I did not come to abolish the law. You know that one?
Yeah.
Okay. What did Paul say about the law?
It's abolished in Jesus' flesh, eh?
Well, kind of, yeah. So which is it? Was it abolished or not?
What is I don't know. Yeah, the law is superseded. It's fulfilled.
Okay,
And
so then
it doesn't apply if you
so then
walk in
Jesus
the
was
Spirit.
wrong when he says, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Jesus was wrong.
I don't know.
Well, one of them's got to be wrong. It's a straight contradiction. If Jesus says that following the laws make you great in the kingdom of heaven, and Paul says don't follow the law, only one of them can be right.
Well, Paul's talking after Jesus.
I'm aware.
After salvation has come
I'm aware.
But Jesus himself says that the law is abolished in his flesh.
No, he didn't.
He says he's giving he's giving his flesh, he's giving his blood.
That doesn't
So
say
that sins may
anything
be
about
forgiven.
replacing the law whatsoever.
No, yeah, that's right. So
That's why he tells people to follow it. And in Matthew 28, when he sends his disciples out after he's already resurrected, he instructs them to make disciples of all nations, instructing them in all that I have commanded you. That means this. This is part of the thing he commanded them. So that means Jesus and Paul are at odds with each other.
actually, Paul's saying the punishment of the law is been rendered null and void. But yeah, you have to learn the law and the prophets to understand Jesus. You have to know
Actually,
the Old
the more you know about the law and the prophets,
Paul's,
the more you realize that Jesus was a fraud.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, he was a fraud. Not only was he a fraud, he was a liar. Like he said things about the Old Testament that were just patently false. So there's no reason to believe anything he says. It's certainly not the Paul guy either.
Like what would that be?
There's a couple of places I can show you where he just flat out lies. One of my favorite is in Luke chapter 4. He claims that he's fulfilling Isaiah 61 when he is in fact not doing anything in Isaiah 61. When he's in the synagogue, it says the scroll of the prophet was given to him, and he unrolled the scroll and found the place where it is written, so the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives, recovery of sight to the blind, to set free those who are oppressed, and proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. He rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. The eyes of all in the synagogue were fixed on him. Then he began to say to them, today the scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. But that's poppycock, because if you just go back to Isaiah 61, it's abundantly clear that this is actually about the post-Babylonian period when the restoration of Israel is supposed to happen. And the Spirit of the Lord is upon the prophet who wrote it. It says, the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, the author of this text, because the Lord has anointed me, and he has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, and to proclaim liberty to the captives and release to the prisoners, because they're leaving Babylonian captivity. to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, and to comfort all who mourn. And this is where it starts to get interesting, verse 3 and 4, to provide for those who mourn in Zion. That's because they've been destroyed by the Babylonians, to give them a garland instead of ashes, of oil of gladness instead of mourning, mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. Last part, verse 4. They shall build up the ancient ruins and shall raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations. This prophecy is clear. This is about the restoration of the Israelite people and their cities after they are released from Babylonian captivity. When Jesus was around, their cities were further destroyed, not restored. So this couldn't have been fulfilled in Jesus.
Well, what that is Christology. And the way Christology works is they're describing one thing, and you go, hey, looks like they're also describing the Lord.
Words don't mean words.
That's fundamental Christian early church doctrine that they...
okay, so these words don't mean anything then. When it says they shall build up the ancient ruins, they shall raise up the former devastations and repair the ruined cities, that doesn't mean anything. What's that actually mean?
Well, Jesus didn't read that part, did he?
Well, we know he didn't read it because it was inconvenient to his interpretation.
He only wrote to a certain
what does it actually mean to build up the ancient cities and raise up the former devastations?
It means to build up the ancient cities and raise up the former
Gotcha, so that part is literal.
Words mean words.
Yeah, but that's Christology. That's the way Christology works.
That's not Christology. It's called lying.
He's talking about the Lord.
So if I didn't fulfill a single prophecy, I would do the same thing. I would go into these prophecies and say, none of these words mean what they say. They mean other things.
Yeah, that's how Christology works.
Hey, does context... I know, that is how Christology works. It's through lies. Do you think context matters when interpreting the Bible?
You see Christ in symbol in the Old Testament.
Do you think context matters when reading the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it problematic that the context of this passage doesn't match your interpretation?
That part isn't... The Lord didn't read that part.
I'm aware that he didn't. I'm asking you, does it present a problem that the actual context of the chapter we're reading doesn't match what the New Testament says about it?
It does say it does match.
Where does it match?
Okay, the Spirit of the Lord is upon him. That matches.
Matches what?
Anointed them to bring good news. That's the gospel.
What does it match?
So far.
Okay, we'll start out easy. We're going to start out easy. We'll go Hermeneutics 101, day number 1, Bible college class. The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. Who's speaking in this text?
When Jesus was reading it, he was saying...
I'm not asking about Jesus. I'm asking about the text as we're reading it on the screen right now. All right, so Hermeneutics 101, the first question you ask is, who's speaking?
Okay, well, now what grade 1 question are you asking me?
Hermeneutics 101. We're reading Isaiah 61. Who's speaking in Isaiah 61:1?
Grade 1 level questions, elementary school level questions.
Yes, I'm asking you an elementary level question because that seems to be your reading comprehension right now. So,
right.
Verse 1, who's speaking?
I'd push your shoulder if we were there in person.
Who's speaking?
The prophet.
Wait, did he just say he's going to push my shoulder?
Yeah, I'd push your shoulder if I was there.
What does that even mean?
Is that like the Canadian version of a threat?
Because you blatantly insult me to my face. That's how us men are.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, that's what Canadians do. That's right.
I'm quivering. So verse 1, who's speaking?
That's just rhetoric. That's just rhetoric. Sorry. My apologies.
Oh, he is Canadian. I heard sorry. Okay, so again, verse 1, who's speaking?
The prophet.
There we go. So when he says the Spirit of the Lord is upon me, the actual context of the passage is the Spirit of the Lord on the prophet, we can call him Isaiah, to deliver the message of restoration, the message of good news of restoration to the Israelites after the Babylonian captivity. So give me one good reason why I would look at this and say, no. There's a secondary interpretation that is divorced from the actual context in which it was given. Why would I do that?
kind of lost me.
Okay. The context of the passage is that the prophet Isaiah is bringing good news to the oppressed, that God is restoring them. They're coming back to the land, and their property and their land will be restored. That's the good news. That's why the Spirit of the Lord is upon Isaiah. I'm asking you, why would I give a secondary interpretation of this passage that is divorced from the original context, which is what you're saying Jesus is doing? Why would I care about that?
Well, that's how Christology works.
But I'm not asking you what you think Christology is. I'm asking you to give me a viable reason to think that this prophecy has an alternative meaning that is divorced from the context.
Because Jesus said it does.
Why do I care what Jesus said?
Actually, I care what Jesus says.
No, I don't. Why should I care what Jesus said?
Well, that's how that's what the message is
But
of
that's
the New Testament.
I know that's what the New Testament message says. I'm asking why anyone should care. For example, if you read the Book of Mormon, we find the same type of prophetic fulfillment, where you have a double or a triple fulfillment of a prophecy that's disconnected from the original context, and they say it was fulfilled in Joseph Smith. Using the same, method of interpretation, why would the Book of Mormon be wrong?
I don't know anything about the Book of Mormon.
I've told you. Why would the Book of Mormon be wrong in applying a triple fulfillment to a prophecy that's divorced from the original context?
The way Christology works.
Oh boy.
Is,
I didn't ask you about Christology.
I'm not answering that
Turbin,
stupid
this is getting unreal. These are not difficult
are-
questions. I'm asking you something very simple to elucidate a point. The Book of Mormon
why
goes
is-
into
why-
the
why do
prophecies
I-
the same way the New
why do I
Testament does, and it rephrases or it reinterprets them to be about Joseph Smith. What I'm asking you is this an interpretive model that actually works?
Well, I told you I don't know anything about the Book of Mormon.
I
haven't
told
read it.
you the
So in
part
order
that
to
you
answer
needed
your
to
question, I
know,
would have to know the
Turbin.
Book
You
of
don't need
Mormon.
to
I'd
know
have
about
to
the
know
Book of
all the
Mormon.
data,
All you
everything
need to
around it,
do
and
is
then I
listen
would
to
say
what I
Joseph
said.
said this
In
and
the
that.
Book of Mormon, there are prophecies from the Hebrew Bible that they apply to Joseph Smith. They apply it using the identical same hermeneutics that you're using. They're saying, no, the context is irrelevant. We're giving it an alternative interpretation, and we're calling it about Joseph Smith. Do you accept that these prophecies are about Joseph Smith?
No,
Okay, and why not?
because the Book of Mormon isn't the Word of God.
How do you prove that?
The Book of Mormon isn't Scripture.
No, the Book of Mormon is scripture because these prophecies prove it.
No, that doesn't prove it.
It does. It's a double fulfillment fulfilled in Joseph Smith. That proves it's true.
Well, I don't regard the Book of Mormon as Scripture.
Well, I don't regard the New Testament as scripture. You see the same problem?
No, I don't. I'm not trying to convert you.
That's the whole point. Is you're trying to
Why the
give
hell
a
are you
defense
here?
of your position.
Yeah. Well, my opinion is that Jesus is who he is in the New Testament, and you're saying it. No, he isn't, and
Well, he's
I'm
not.
saying, well, that's my opinion that he is.
Well, we know it's your opinion. We're asking you to defend the opinion using like sound logic and reasoning. Like we already know what your opinion is. We know what Christians believe. You don't have to tell us what Christians believe. What we're doing is pushing back on the idea because we don't believe that what you believe is sensible. And if you do think that it's sensible, I'll give you another example why it's not. Zechariah 9 is another supposed prophecy of Jesus where it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion, shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble, riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations, and his dominion will be from sea to sea, from the rivers to the ends of the earth." Now, listen, I grant you that Jesus rode a donkey, but I've ridden a donkey too. So am I the fulfillment of this prophecy?
Right.
Did I fulfill the prophecy?
Let me ask my grade 1, my friend that's in grade 1.
Did I fulfill the prophecy because I rode a donkey?
No.
Okay, did Jesus fulfill the prophecy because he rode a donkey?
Yes.
Why? What's the difference?
Well, someone who rode a donkey will fulfill the prophecy.
It's me.
Well, someone will.
Actually,
Someone.
unlike Jesus, I'm an actual king. I actually have a real crown and I actually have a dominion. And I've ridden a donkey, which means I've fulfilled more of this prophecy than Jesus. So I'm going to need your tithes and worship now.
Well, I don't agree.
I don't care if
My
you
own.
agree. It's true.
It's well, this is kind of
You
the
see
way
how
that it
easy it
works.
is to fulfill prophecies when you don't actually read the whole thing and you just like pick like vaguely familiar passages? Jesus was never a king. I'm a real king.
You're saying my explanation doesn't suffice.
You didn't
I gave
even
you
give
my
an
explanation.
explanation.
Yeah, I gave you my explanation.
No, you
There's
didn't give an
two.
explanation.
Well, I did, but it didn't
No,
suffice.
no, you didn't give one. I asked you to explain how Jesus riding a donkey fulfills it, but I don't fulfill it by riding a donkey, and then you didn't give me an answer. So you didn't give an explanation.
Well, you believe that by faith.
No, I'm literally wearing the crown right now.
Right, but you don't have.
Oh, you mean you
God.
believe it by faith? No, I agree that you believe it by faith. I don't care about faith.
Right.
Why do I care about faith?
Faith is good. Faith. It's good to have faith.
Why?
Faith. Faith. To define faith, I'll define that for it's believing what someone told you. That's faith.
Why would we have faith? Do you have faith in Muhammad?
No.
Why?
Oh, he was a murderer.
Oh
He
no. You don't have a
his
problem with
deeds-
murder, do you?
Yes.
Oh no. Have you read the Bible?
Yeah.
Oh sure. Have you read the parts where God says to murder babies?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that where he says put everyone to death.
Yeah,
right?
sure. So like there's a couple instances. One of the most popular is 1 Samuel 15, where he says, "Now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man, woman, child, and infant, ox, sheep, camel, and donkey." Why would he kill the babies?
Yeah, I find that objectionable too.
Oh, was God wrong when he told him to do it?
No, I don't know, but
Okay, so it is good sometimes to kill babies.
no, but God decided to
Well,
do
okay,
that.
so it's never good to kill babies.
Never good to kill babies.
Okay, so I'll do, just to keep track, because I don't want to lose track of the conversation. We're going to keep this as linear as possible. I'll say premise number 1, P1, it is never good to kill babies. We agree then?
Right.
Okay. Premise 2, God says to kill babies. We agree?
Right.
Okay, so the conclusion is that God commanded a bad thing.
Right.
Okay, so what do we call people who do bad things?
God's different.
No.
God is
Try to focus. What do we?
God is
compelling.
Lord over death. God is Lord over heaven and earth. Our life is a millimeter. on
Okay,
this
so
time scale.
it's good to
And
kill
so-
babies by the sword if God tells you to.
He can do it.
If God
God
told
can,
you to kill a baby, would it be
command.
wrong to disobey him?
God wouldn't tell me.
I didn't ask you if he would. I said if God did tell you to kill a baby, would it be wrong to disobey?
God would not do that.
He would. He did it multiple times in the Bible. You can't tell me that he wouldn't. So again,
Right.
if God told you to kill a baby, would it be wrong to disobey him?
What that is the scripture, and so the scripture, it's a one-time thing. It was written, and
No,
and
it
that's
wasn't.
it. And
Actually,
and that-
Jesus
I
advocated for
think
killing
that's going against
killing
what,
children too in
Paul
Mark
says.
chapter
I just think
7.
that's going against what Jesus said. That's
So-
going against "Thou shalt not kill."
No, it
That's what I
actually,
say.
well, Jesus didn't invent that. Yahweh said that. Yahweh said, "Thou shalt not kill." But when Yahweh tells you to unalive a baby, actually he said that thou shalt not murder. When Yahweh tells you to kill somebody, it's not murder. That's just Yahweh telling you to do it. That means
Right.
it's justified.
God decides when everyone dies, whether it's on the
Agreed.
ancient
So if
battlefield
God
or the
decided that
barracks.
you needed to execute a baby, that was his decision. Would it be wrong to disobey?
Don't ask me personally.
I just did.
God would not ask me to do that.
Why
I
wouldn't
can't-
he?
I can't give you that premise.
Why wouldn't he?
because that's contrary to what we've been taught as Christians.
We'll try this. We'll do another syllogism. Premise number 1: it is within God's nature to command killing babies. Yes or no?
God decides when all people die.
I'm sure he does. Premise 1: it is within God's
God
nature
decides
to
when all
command the
people
killing
die.
of babies. Yes or no?
I find it objectionable also.
I'm sure you
Justin.
do, but try to focus.
But I'm
Premise
just
number
not here to
1 is
judge
it is
you.
within God's nature to command killing babies. Yes or no?
I'm going to wait until judgment. Until
Yes
the
or
day I have to know all
no?
things.
Yes
Give
or
me a little-
no?
Bro, we're gonna be waiting till Judgment Day to get the answer to this fucking
Well,
question.
I know
Yes or no?
I know his point. He's
Oof.
getting at. Been doing it again and again
Look,
for 5
so
minutes.
Turbine,
And it's
Turbine,
just so
just
simple.
walk into the
You're
trap.
making this blah blah. It's so simple.
Just walk into the trap.
I'm trying to move it along.
Turbine,
you know?
we're trying to move it along. You're the one dragging it out. Like you could have been done 5 minutes
Ask
ago.
me these simple questions.
I know. Okay, so I'll give you the answer. Premise number 1, the answer is
Find
yes.
that technique
It is
objectionable.
within God's nature to command the killing of babies, or else he wouldn't be able to do it in 1 Samuel 15, correct?
Right.
Okay. Premise number 2 is that God's nature, and get this, you've heard this one, does not change. We agree there, don't we?
Yep.
Okay. So the conclusion is that it is always within God's nature to command baby killing. So we agree. It is within God's nature at all times to command baby killings when he so chooses. So the question again is simple. If God commanded you to execute a baby, would it be wrong to disobey?
No.
Why?
Yes, I mean. I meant to
Yeah,
say
there
yes.
we go. We got it. Yeah, thank you. It would be
I meant
wrong
to say yes.
to disobey God if he told you to kill a baby. We finally got an answer. If God
Right.
told you to cut off like you had to do it old school, like with a sword, or you got to just lop the head off, it would be wrong to disobey.
This is sick, Justin. This is like, isn't there better things we could talk
Well,
about?
I actually
Like,
don't
this
think
is
it's sick because
When
in the Bible,
God
God
asked you-
says in Psalm 179
Come on.
or 139, actually
I am.
139, I think verse
You know,
7.
other conversations you have are pretty
He actually
much unbearable
says,
to it, Justin, you know.
that's
Just show.
39, not 139. Let's try it again. Nope, it's 137.9. I knew I was going to get it eventually. 137.9. He actually disagrees with you. In fact, he says, happy shall they be who take your little ones and dash them against the rocks.
We talk about the Babylonians, the Chaldeans.
We can talk about a bunch of things. God actually, I don't know if you know this, God takes delight in this type of punishment.
Right.
He says so in Deuteronomy 28:63. He says, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. So, I mean, disobey God, he enjoys bringing you to destruction. He's getting off on it.
Right. God's a judge.
I'm sure he
and
is.
When he and what that's doing is judging crime. He's
Babies.
punishing crime.
Babies commit crimes?
No, not babies, but
Obviously,
other
Justin.
guys. When God
Obviously,
acts,
babies commit crimes.
He's like when God destroyed the world by flood.
Oh, you're making it worse,
He was
not better.
punishing the wicked for their crimes.
You're making it worse.
Crime and punishment.
What are the crimes of the babies?
I don't know.
Okay, so when you're a good judge, babies are
I
just
just
collateral
like when everybody
damage.
dies.
Are babies collateral
Obviously.
damage for God?
I don't know. God decides.
Do you know
when
what collateral
everybody dies.
damage is?
You know, okay, let me ask you that. If there was an all-powerful God and he told you to kill babies, would you do it?
No, I'd say stick it up your ass.
What if he says, I'll throw you into hell if you don't?
So you can go fuck yourself, throw yourself in hell.
What would you do?
I'd say, I got a friend that's waiting to meet you. Her name's Peggy.
Okay, so you won't answer that question. You won't give me an answer to that question. And so
I
but
gave you
have.
three. I gave you three answers.
me
If God told me to do it, I'd
non-answers.
say go fuck him.
Right.
That's a direct answer. If he came to me and said, I need you to kill a baby, I'd say, go ask Turban. He's sick. I'm not.
No, what if he said he'll throw you into hell otherwise?
To throw me into hell then. You could be the asshole, not me.
I see. Okay. No, I wouldn't kill a baby, but
I-
you're the one that's creating these situations.
Nope, God is. God commanded killing babies. All right. Listen, Turbin, I think
Oh, you're
we've
kidding.
gone about as far as we can go given like the limited processing power in this conversation. So I got to move on to the next
Great.
guests before we run
You
out
and
of
your
time.
hands.
But thanks for coming up and chatting with us.
Yeah, thanks. See you around.
Well, that was something.
If I were there right now, I'd give you a little push on the shoulder, Justin. I can't believe how mean you're being to him.
Like it caught me off guard. I was like, I've never been threatened with a shoulder shove.
I mean, he's Canadian. What do you expect? Like,
It's kind of endearing, to be fair.
it is kind of cute. Although, to be fair, the reason why we have the Geneva Conventions is because of the Canadians. So, like,
Oh,
they go hard when they're really upset.
they're pent up. They got all that rage pent up. They have to let it loose eventually. Yeah. I'm gonna grab a couple.
That's
super
also why they
chats.
invented hockey.
Oh, true. Okay. So I think Jordan's been waiting the longest, so I'm going to read a couple of super chats. We'll get Jordan here. DJ
Sure.
RP, thank you for the super chat, says, ripped an audio sample of the stream and ran it through a spec analyzer to confirm blitzes in Ian's mics are at a lower bit rate than last week. For what it's worth. Well,
What?
thank you. I didn't know that.
That's,
Interesting.
I mean, it's cool, but like, come on, that's excessive.
I mean, but also, how could that be?
I think
It could just be a Video Ninja server thing.
I see.
Yeah, that is weird. I think it's a Video Ninja server thing to this week. Eat Some Shorts, thank you for the super chat, says, what if God is fine-tuning tectonic plates as a way to make it bigger?
Ayo.
What if God is like fine-tuning the number of babies in the world with cancer? What if that's God's goal?
What if God really is just a sick fuck that likes baby cancer? I mean, it checks out
It's
given
in
the
line with
evidence.
the data.
Boogit says Christian 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. God Muslim 2 days + 2 days = 2 days. Divine math. Absolutely.
Indeed.
And Boogit, you might be
Which
right.
is a shame because the Arabs invented, and these were Muslim Arabs, invented algebra.
They used to
Like,
do
they
math
should be
really
on
well.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Fudge says, stop. He's already dead. Indeed. Actually, before we move on, also, is this the sound effect you guys were talking about?
Let me tell you something. All right. Let me tell you something.
Oh,
Wait.
you didn't hear the let me tell you
Wait.
something? Hold on, let me.
No.
Oh,
I'm sure it's the right one. It couldn't be like the
Let
wrong
me tell you
one.
something. All right. Let me tell you something. Wait.
Still can't hear it, by the way, if you're playing it.
Oh, that's sad. Okay, well, we'll worry about that later then.
Okay.
Oh, wait, you guys couldn't hear it? Could the audience hear that? That's weird.
I'm sure the audience can, but we can't hear it for some reason.
Apparently, it is the right one though.
I see why. This is the one. This is why.
Let me tell you something.
Oh yeah.
Let me
yeah.
tell you something. Wait.
You honestly, you just need the first 4 "Let me tell you somethings." It's so funny.
Yeah, you definitely don't need the whole thing. Okay, I'll definitely get that taken care of. It's downloaded.
Excellent.
Big Bob, not big. Bob the Monitor. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Says argument ad jazz is a genius rhetorical strategy. Actually, it's not
Skibidi
terrible.
bop boop.
Yeah. And relax with Russell. Good to see you this morning. It says, Ian, do you think you're giving too much grace to fine tuning? Don't they first need to give reason to believe such a being exists and has the ability to create and desire to create? And how would they know that?
No, this is the reason. This is the evidence. The way that you gather evidence for a hypothesis is you say, what does this hypothesis predict? For example, I mean, like, surely it would be evidence that like a fine tuner exists if there were crystals that just naturally, I don't know, like turned themselves into like little messages that say like made by God or something like that. Surely that would be evidence that God exists. The question is, what would we expect if a God existed? And then we go and look at the world around us and see whether that evidence obtains or not.
Sure, that's fair. Also, Bendova, hey, thank you so much for sending out 5 unapologetic gifted memberships. That is huge,
Let's
my
go.
friend. Really appreciate that. In fact, fucking go. And
Big W.
Hammers on Nagoski, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, wouldn't it be a contradiction holding to the B theory of time and hold to a modus ponens being logically closed, how could you believe your beliefs distributes over implication from past, present, future belief sets?
Well,
I don't understand that last bit.
I'm not really sure what the question's really asking, but okay, what you're gonna hold on B theory of time is that you have different temporal parts, that what you are is a four-dimensional object, and that you're going to have like specific beliefs at specific times, that you just have like the part of like you have the temporal part which is like this belief at this time, and then you have a separate temporal part which is like that belief at that time.
Fair enough. All right. I think we had a guest, Jordan, that was waiting to get in, and they dropped. And then our next guest in line in the YouTube queue dropped. So now I think next in line is Glebus. So let's grab Glebus, and we'll keep the conversation moving.
Yes, Glebus, son of Glorp.
Obviously. Glebus, welcome in. Are you at least 18? Glebus?
Glebus.
You looking for a gloop gloop? You get lost?
All glory to the Hypnotoad.
Okay. Well, I guess that's the end of that. We'll try Howard. Welcome in, Howard. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God? Howard.
Insightful.
I don't speak Iridian.
Howard, are you up here by accident?
Knowers will know.
I am up here by accident.
Gotcha. We'll take care of it.
Fair enough.
Thanks for being here, friend. Oh, W. Howard. All right, let's get Flacanius from the YouTube queue, and hopefully we'll get some conversations going here. Flack, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah. Can you give me 1 second?
Yeah.
Hey, so what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Good. Can you get a little closer to your phone? It's very quiet and muffled.
Can you hear me now?
Maybe. I'll turn it up. Hold on. All right, say something first now. I didn't hear anything you just said. Oh, and your connection's given out. Okay. And he's gone. Well. That was something. Maybe he'll come back. Flockius, if you come back, we'll get you in here next, but since it sounds like you got a connection problem, we're going to grab Mike T from our TikTok queue and get Mike in here, and hopefully we'll get some conversations going. And Mike dropped. Fantastic. Connection problems all the way around. God is not giving a connection to his soldiers today. We'll give them a moment to reload. Give me just a second. We'll read a super chat or two, and then we'll hopefully Flacanius will be back. Oceanus Helios, welcome in. Says, just FYI chat, some models of smoke alarms don't have replacement batteries. The entire alarm must be replaced. I actually didn't know that, and that is kind of sad. But if I had one in my house, I would get it out of there real fast. But thanks for the heads up. It looks like Flacanius is back. So let's try to see if we can get some audio going.
Flaconius.
Is it Flacanius or Flaconius? How do you pronounce it?
Who knows?
And he's gone.
And he's gone. Indeed he is.
Okay. Huh.
Okay. Seems like we're having a little bit of trouble today, actually. Some technical issues.
Do we have more people in the queue? Is it time for my stand-up routine?
Nope.
Hello?
You should, if you have a stand-up routine, I would be
Hello?
enthralled.
I'd watch.
Flaconius, how's it going?
Let's try this
Can you
again.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, man, I just had a couple questions for you guys.
Well, we'll start out with the basic entry point. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, to both.
Okay. And do you believe in a particular God?
Yes, the God of the Bible.
So you're a Christian. Gotcha. Okay. What do you think is a good reason to believe in the Christian God or any God?
Well, I was actually talking in the chat, and I continue to stand by, Jesus Christ is the answer.
Answer to what?
Well, Jesus
The
Christ,
question.
he's God in the flesh. I mean, that's the best evidence I think
How would you
of
prove
proof of
that?
God.
Sounds like the
Well, I
claim.
mean, the whole deal with the Romans and everything. I feel like,
What deal?
the deal with the Romans.
What about him?
I mean, like it's a historical fact, like
What is a
everything
historical
that
fact?
like I mean, they say that, they were crucifying and things of that nature.
We
I
agree.
mean,
People got crucified. Yeah.
yeah, so I mean, I just think it's
What's that
kind
got to
of
do with him being
far-fetched.
God?
I mean, for instance, like if Jesus was lying, right? Because I'm open to, deconstruction and other ideologies. Like I'm not just going to be closed-minded, right? Let's say for example, Jesus was lying, right?
About
Why
what?
why were lying about being God and the Savior?
Mm-hmm.
Why would he be lying and willing to die for something he knew he was lying
Because
about?
he's sick in the head. Same reason why David Koresh was willing to do the same.
Hmm. No, I really like the
Okay,
caller's argument.
I'm not
That's
familiar
why
with
I
David
believe in
Koresh, but I
Joseph
will look
Smith.
him up.
And
But
I love
to me, it
Mormonism.
just, I'm not trying to like push anything on you guys. It's just, I see you guys are debating and everything.
That is what's
Um,
happening. At
I
least
just
that's
feel
what we're trying
like,
to do.
it's not really like the best explanation, thinking that, Jesus was lying or like something was wrong with him.
Actually,
I
it
don't
is. Do
think.
you think Joseph Smith was lying?
I'm sorry. Who is Joseph Smith?
The guy who invented Mormonism.
He's the last prophet.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was probably definitely lying.
Okay, and why was he lying and not Jesus?
Um, I would say he really didn't have any evidence
What
of
evidence
this.
did Jesus have?
Oh well, the fact that he performed miracles.
What's the proof that he performed miracles?
Oh, the book proves the book.
Hmm, let's see. Well, I mean, for instance, the Jews and the Romans, they wrote about that stuff. They might, not have believed in it. I give you that much. It's
They didn't write about
probably
any
more of a
miracles.
belief if you believe that kind of stuff at this point. But
But
I
Wait,
feel
which
like,
miracles did the Jews write
if they
about?
wrote about it, like he was doing all these like wonderful things, what is it?
Which which miracles did the Jews write
Witchcraft or
about?
whatever it may be.
Flaconius,
I feel like
which
that's
miracles did the
probably
Jews
an
write
evidence,
about?
right?
holy yap,
Which
Batman.
which Jews wrote,
I'm
or which
sorry.
Jews and which Romans wrote about which miracles?
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, did you hear what I said?
Oh, I can't even hear you guys anymore.
Which miracles did the Jews write about that Jesus did?
Um,
Can you
I
not hear
don't
me?
think they wrote about one particular one, but
Blah,
I
blah,
know
blah, blah,
that
blah, 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 blah.
they were just kind of generalizing
You can't
about
hear me.
them.
Justin, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Guest, can you hear us?
Yeah, my Wi-Fi kind of goes in and out here, so just let me know, or chat in the chat or whatever.
Yeah. What miracles did the Jews write about that Jesus did?
No, I was saying they kind of
We're not going to get
generalized
an answer to that
like
We're
his
question.
not getting an
miracles.
answer.
Um, I know for a fact they saw it uh when he turned the water into wine. They were definitely talking about that, and
Who wrote about
they
that?
even said no. In the Bible, it even says the Jews
Yeah, I
said,
know it
"Oh,
says it in the Bible. I'm asking who wrote about that?
I know Tacitus wrote a little bit about that."
Not
Famously a Jew, by the way.
Tacitus did not write about Jesus turning water into wine.
No, but I mean, like they definitely generalized. I mean, they didn't even believe it. They were just like, oh, it was kind of like a discrediting thing.
Tacitus did not mention Jesus' miracles once.
Okay, I may be embellishing on that. I can look into that more, but I do know that plenty of the Roman
I think that's called
historians
lying.
had wrote about how Jesus was like this wizard or something, like, and that
Well,
they
Plenty?
just
they didn't. You think that they did, but they didn't. But even if they did, it would be irrelevant because like there's lots of miracles recorded in the ancient world. If you read Tacitus, Suetonius, Pliny, Herodotus, all of the ancient histories, these stories include all kinds of mythologies and miracles. And one of my favorite miracle cults is the cult of Asclepius. And we've got a document written literally in stone from a couple hundred years before Jesus, documenting all of the miracles of Asclepius. Here's one. It says Alcides of Helias, there we go, Helias maybe? The blind man saw a dream. It seemed to him that the god came up to him, that's Asclepius, with his fingers and opened his eyes, and that he first saw the trees in the sanctuary. At daybreak, he walked out sound. It's a miracle recorded, etched in stone by a priest of Asclepius.
right. So Justin, I would only ask you, was Asclepius a like historical person?
Yeah. Why wouldn't he be?
Oh, I'm thinking that this is Greek mythology.
No, Greeks and Romans
No,
believed
you're
in
thinking of
Asclepius.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can research that, but I'm not actually familiar with who that was.
He was a deity.
Granted.
They healed people. In fact, Tacitus and Suetonius talk about this deity as well. In fact, there's an account both in Tacitus and Suetonius where the Emperor Vespasian heals somebody using another god named Serapis. In fact, it says a poor man who was blind and another who was lame both came together before him, and he was seated on the tribunal, imploring him to heal them and saying that they were admonished in a dream by the god Serapis to seek his aid, who assured them that he would restore sight to the one by anointing his eyes with spittle and give strength to the leg of the other, if he vouchsafe but to touch it with his heel. Then he doesn't believe it. He's like, I don't believe this. So they persuade him to do it. It says, at length, however, the advice of his friends, he made the attempt publicly in the presence of an assembled multitudes, and it was crowned with success in both cases. So a whole multitude of people witness Vespasian healing a blind man by spitting in his eyes.
That's
Yeah, well,
that's gross, by the
I'm
way.
not refuting
What a
that.
freak.
There
Holy
are,
shit.
supernatural things that can happen. I believe in this instance, this is more so talking about like Greek deities, and I kind of just put that into the mythology category.
Yeah, we would do the same thing with your deity, right? So what we're
Yeah,
saying
no.
is the Greek
Mhm.
deities, the Roman deities, the Egyptian deities, and the Christian deities, all mythology.
No. I 100% understand, and I actually like this format you guys do. I have been watching it for a little bit now, and I actually enjoy it. It's I think sometimes you guys show a good amount of respect and wanting to understand, and I like that. I'm not trying to like disrespect anybody's beliefs or anything. It's
Except the
just
Greek
like it's just a
pagans.
little saddening to hear guys say that Jesus is a myth and all that kind of stuff.
But
You
he
literally
is.
called the Greek gods myths. You know that people
Yeah,
still
but
believe that, right?
I mean that's just kind of like an opinion, so to speak, right?
Well,
Because
so
you
And
is
so
can't
why are you
see.
sad when we express our
Mhm.
opinions?
yeah.
Well, I was saying like we can't. Like I was in the chat. They even told me, and I think you even said it. Well, one of you said it. Like we don't choose our beliefs. So it's like it's kind of a belief thing at that point.
But
No.
Dr. Bush's point stands, right? Your opinion is that these other gods are myth, which means our opinion that your God is myth is identical to your opinion. So what we're trying to figure out is why would somebody come to the opinion that these other gods are mythological, but that the Christian God is not mythological?
Yeah, no, I get that. So what I would say, I'm not saying they're a myth like to be off-putting. I'm just saying it. In our traditions, Jesus says in the Bible, I am the truth and I am the way.
Oh, that can't be true.
Well, why do you say that, Justin?
Because Jesus says things that are untrue all the time.
What?
Yeah, if you were listening with the last guest, we already went over Luke chapter 4, where he lied about Isaiah 61. He also lies about Psalm chapter 8. He lies about Psalm 41. He lies about Psalm 69. You want to see some of those?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Yeah, we'll go to John 13. I think it's verse 18 is the one we want. He lies about the Psalm 41. So he says here, in regards to his betrayal by Judas, I'm not speaking of all of you. I know whom I've chosen, but it is to fulfill scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me. So he's saying, listen, there's a scripture that's predicting that I'm going to be betrayed by someone who shares bread with me. Oh, cool. Let's see where that comes from. It actually comes from Psalm 41, and we can go back to verse 4, and we'll see that it's certainly not a prophecy, and who's ever speaking is certainly couldn't be about Jesus. As for me, I said, O Lord, be gracious to me, heal me, for I have sinned against you. My enemies wonder in malice when I will die and my name perish. Wait a minute, who's ever speaking here is a sinner. This couldn't be Jesus.
So you're saying that's the verse it was talking about?
It is, yes. In fact, the quotation comes from verse 9. When my close friend in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me. So this passage is a lamentation of David about his own present struggles, which is why he says, forgive me, I have sinned, because David has sinned before. So this can't be Jesus speaking. This has to be David speaking.
No, yeah, it probably was definitely David. I think that's one we would probably interpret more so than take literally. I think I'm understanding the theology behind that or Christology.
There's no Christology,
Um,
is what I'm saying.
oh, you don't believe that?
Well, it just is the case that Psalm 41 is not a prophecy, and it doesn't say anything about a Messiah or anybody in the future.
Okay, I'm gonna need to grab that verse from you before I go so I can take a look at that.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Let me see.
You can see the screen, right?
Yeah.
Is John 13:18 is where Jesus gives you the quote, and the quote comes from Psalm 41, verse 9, but you only got to go back a couple verses and you'll get the context. The context is King David speaking about his own struggles. This is not about a Messiah coming hundreds of years later.
Oh yeah, I think that is a little bit of a prophecy, but
How?
yeah, it can be a little I guess confusing because it's David speaking, but
Yeah,
I
how is it
think
a
it's
prophecy?
I'm sorry?
How is it a prophecy?
Because when David is saying I've sinned against you, stuff like that, I think that's like a foreshadowing or allegory to Judas. Like, oh
Why would I
well,
believe
I
that?
well, I mean, it's just a logical step. They both sinned against God.
So what? I've stood against God. Does that make me the Messiah?
Well, no, it's not predicting the Messiah. It's just, well,
So,
it's saying that Judas will be the one to
but
sin against God.
he didn't say anything about that. So if I do something vaguely familiar to one of the Psalms, does that make it a prophecy automatically?
Well, no, it's kind of
Why?
the interpretation at that point.
Well, why if I listen, if all you have to do is act out something vaguely familiar to an Old Testament passage and it just becomes prophecy, then why isn't it prophecy when I do it?
Well, we're not saying it couldn't be. It absolutely could be.
Well, that sounds like I'm the Messiah then.
Well, not in that sense, though,
In what
Justin.
sense?
I don't think it would make you the Messiah. I would think it
Why?
would make you one of the collaborators, but I think it was talking about
Why wouldn't
Judas.
I be the Messiah if I fulfilled the prophecies?
Well, no. I mean, no. Those prophecies were already fulfilled. I think it's
What
calling
prophecy?
out. when someone will lift their heel against Jesus.
No, that's not even a prophecy.
Okay, so what would that be?
It's just David lamenting. David was betrayed. He wrote a lamentation discussing it. That's it. No prophecy.
Okay, you can say that. I would definitely be more along the lines of it being a prophecy or
Why?
foretelling.
What makes it a prophecy? We'll start easy. What is a prophecy? Give us a definition.
To me, a prophecy is a prediction.
Oh, a prediction. Okay, well, so far, we'll put it on the
So-
notepad. So a prophecy is a prediction. Easy enough. Okay.
And to be clear, I imagine that means that it has to be about the future.
Yeah, a prediction or a
So like in
a
future
kind of
tense,
prediction
perhaps
where
something
it
like this will
absolutely should
happen.
come true.
Something like, in 400 years, the lion will strike down the snake. Like that would be a prophecy.
Yeah, let me grab my other phone real quick.
Okay.
I don't know
But
if you
you
can
you
hear
guys
me.
can keep going.
Well,
Could you hear me?
tell me if you agree with the premises. Premise number 1, prophecy is a prediction about the future. Yes or no?
Essentially yes.
Okay. We'll do premise number 2 then. Is predictions about the future use future tense verbs and words?
I mean, it wouldn't have to. They can be metaphorical,
How would
things
you
like
know?
that.
How would you know which words are for the future when we're using past tense or present tense words?
I mean, I think it's just how can I say this? Uh,
If I'm opening the Bible, I'm just going to read. I'm going to open the Bible to a
Justin.
random verse. It's going to be Samuel 13. It says Saul chose 3,000 out of Israel. 2,000 were with Saul in Mishal in the hill country of Bethel. Is that a prophecy?
Justin, you just have to use discernment.
You're right. I lack discernment. Okay. Now, Flaconius, how do you know that what I just read isn't a prophecy?
it was more of a statement at that point.
So?
All prophecies are statements.
Like a prophecy, it would have to be either alluding to or talking about something that's to happen. It can be metaphorical.
Okay,
kind
so
of
it should
vague.
use words that indicate future, wouldn't it?
I mean, I guess for the most part.
Okay, easy enough. Verse 15. Saul counted the people who were present with him, about 600 men. Is that a prophecy?
No, that's not a prophecy.
Yeah, because it's just talking about stuff in a story. That's it. It's just a story. So when we get to Psalm 41 is not a prophecy. There's nothing in here.
Isn't that a band from the 90s?
Psalm 41? Oh, Sum 41 is the band.
Oh, okay. I thought Psalm 41 was the band that famously wrote songs such as Does This Look Infected?
No, that's
Hell
definitely
Song,
Sum
and Still
41.
Waiting. Oh, okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
So the reality is, Flack, is that every time we open the Bible, we know what a prophecy is. A prophecy is when it says, this will happen, using future tenses. You don't just get to open up any verse and call it a prophecy because it sounds vaguely familiar to something that happened later. For example, Psalm 51, for I know my transgressions and my sins are ever before me. Is that a prophecy?
No.
No, of course not. It's just a statement, right? So when we get to Psalm 41 is also not a prophecy. When it says that somebody, in fact, it says, even my bosom friend, in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted his heel against me. That's just a statement, isn't it?
Sure.
Okay. So why would I read that statement and think that it's a prophecy when it's literally just a statement like the other ones?
So, Justin, right now I'm trying to get some stuff to work so I can look at it as well. But I mean, I have, I guess, a theory on that. But just for the sake of the argument, I would say no, you don't have to.
But I'm asking, why would I read Psalm 51, which has a statement, and say, no, that's not prophetic? And then read Psalm 41, which has a statement, and say, yes, that is prophetic. Why would I do that?
I mean, everything with God isn't okay. It's actually working now. Everything with God isn't always so like earthly clear cut. Sometimes he like
But I'm
alludes
asking you
and
for a
says other things.
reason, right? What tool could I use to open the Bible
Hmm.
and say, this statement is a statement and this statement is a prediction? How could anyone possibly know?
Yeah, it's just about discernment. Honestly, it's about personal discernment.
Fucking
Discernment.
knew it. I
Magic
fucking knew
then.
it.
It's magic.
Just gotta be
That's well, it's
wise,
So
not
I
dude.
really
used
magic.
I used discernment actually um, in predicting that this would happen, and I'm going to take you to a prophecy that I fulfilled. It's in Deuteronomy 4, verse 28, and it says, "You will serve gods, objects of wood and stone," which are actually behind me on the shelf, dug in Sharon stone, which means obviously Deuteronomy 4:28 was fulfilled in me. We agree or disagree?
I'm sorry. What was that?
I
Deuteronomy
discern
four
that.
twenty 28 says, "You will serve gods made by human hands, objects of wood and stone."
I discern
Hmm.
that to be true.
Yeah. I discern, and Ian discerns, and Blitz discerns that that passage is about Doug and Sharon Stone. Do you agree?
Indeed, it is.
Yeah, actually, yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So you see the problem then, don't you?
I mean, I see what you're getting at, right?
What are
I
we
do
getting at?
understand. Like you're just kind of saying it's like too vague to to know for sure.
No, what we're saying is just saying you have to discern it isn't an answer. Everybody thinks that their opinion is some level of discernment. That doesn't tell you anything about how you should interpret a text.
Well, yeah, I mean that's definitely why we have like protocols for that kind of stuff.
What are the
Yes.
protocols that you're using?
You know, I get what you're saying, right? It's not a bad thing what you're saying. But
He
the
must be
there it
ignoring me
is.
on
The
purpose,
the
right?
thing is,
He's doing Diffie Hellman with the Bible.
it's not just discerning just to discern
No way he
God.
can hear you, Dr. Blitz. He cannot hear you.
Yeah, I mean, like,
No, I can't actually, no.
you can.
And
He
he's
cannot.
not muted either.
No, he can't hear you.
Oh, he cannot hear me.
Yeah. So Flack, the point is pretty simple here. You can't just say that my interpretation of the passage is appropriate because I discerned it to be that way. Because I would just say, well, I discerned it to be the other way, right? It's not a viable solution. So the reality is, your interpretive model of these passages only exists because it already reinforces what you believe. But if you think critically, it's stupid and you wouldn't apply it to anything else. You wouldn't let me do it. You wouldn't let Joseph Smith do it. You wouldn't let Dr. Blitz or Ian do it. So the reality is you're creating an argument that is untenable because it can literally only apply to one special person. Your special pleading for Jesus rather than looking at the text critically. And that's why this text fails over and over again, is because it only works if you're using confirmation bias. It doesn't work if you're actually using your brain.
Well, you can say that because I was doing reading last night and it was saying, the secret things are for the Lord to know.
So what?
And some things
Yeah, you don't know them. I know them. I discerned them. You didn't.
you discern them.
Yeah, I know the secret things. God gave them to me. I discerned them. You don't have them.
Well, the
Yeah,
Bible
meaningless
says we
that
test.
phrase is.
No, I get what you're saying. That's what I was going to say. The Bible literally says we test the spirit by the spirit.
I know. I've
How
tested yours, and it's wanting.
Yeah, the Spirit's
it's
telling me that you're
wanting.
wrong. I'm conferring with the Spirit. Yeah.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
something.
Spirit says no.
I mean that's pretty much what we would do. I mean, can you actually give me the verse where Jesus was like saying that about what David was saying?
It's John 13:18.
John 13:18.
And I'll give you one other piece of homework since we're kind of closing in on the time where um, we have to kind of wrap up the show. I'm going to take you to Matthew 27:9. I've been challenging people with this with no avail, but I'm sure somebody will find it eventually. Matthew 27:9. There's a quote from Matthew. He says comes from Jeremiah. It says, when Jesus was betrayed for 30 pieces of silver, it says, then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. And then he gives a quote. And they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price. Can you find that quote for me? I've looked in the Bible. I can't seem to find it. Not, at least not in Jeremiah.
Give me 1 second here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try to find it.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Let me know when you get it. I got my Bible ready.
Let's do that. It's not that bad though. Welcome back, Dylan. Hey, kids. Hey, what's up, Dylan? Yeah, so I actually have it, Justin. I mean, yeah, Justin.
Yeah, let's have it.
Okay, this is Matthew 26:14.
Nope. I
Then
need the
was
quote in Jeremiah.
in Jeremiah.
Yeah, he's saying that Jeremiah said, and this is what he said, and they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set. He said Jeremiah spoke those words. Can you find that for me in Jeremiah?
Okay, let me find that.
Let me know when you find it.
Okay. I'm definitely seeing what you were talking about here.
Sure. Yep. Just let us know when you get it. We'll put it on the board.
So I don't see it where it's in Jeremiah.
Sure. Yeah. So where'd it come from?
It looks like I have Zechariah and Matthew.
Yeah, Zechariah. Interesting. Why did Matthew say Jeremiah said it?
Um, just reading here, it's saying that it might have just been like a blending of the prophecies.
But he said Jeremiah said it though.
You know how prophecies get blended.
Sometimes you just stick them in a blender and
Well,
go.
it says one of our traditions. It was just common to like talk about one of the more major prophets or the first prophet that
Nope.
the book contained.
That would not
That's
be
what
the
it says
case.
here.
The minor prophets were circulated as a group, separate from Jeremiah and the other major prophets. Zechariah is a minor prophet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
So
it
you would never reference
appears.
Zechariah by saying Jeremiah ever. I don't know who told you that, but this is simply not true.
No, it's one of our traditions. It says it was a common practice to refer to an entire scroll by the name of the first book it
It was
contained.
not
So-
ever.
Well, yeah, that would be more evidence thing at that point, right?
I don't know what you mean by evidence. What I'm saying is, whoever told you that that tradition exists is lying to you. It doesn't exist. And we know for a fact that the 12 minor prophets were circulated as a unit, having no connection to the major prophets. So they wouldn't be on the same scroll, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I mean, I'm not really sure where to go with that one.
Yeah, I don't know who told you that. I know that people will say that. It's just not true. Somebody's making up stories. That's certainly not the case. We have zero evidence whatsoever at all that at any point in history this was how people were doing things.
Okay, I mean, I guess we'll just respectfully disagree on that one.
Well, it would be up to you to provide evidence of it, right? So if you're saying, listen to the tradition whereby you could say a major prophet and actually be referring to a minor prophet, we would need some reason to believe that other than just stating that that was the case.
Okay.
I wish you could hear me.
All right, be nice.
Yeah, if only.
Um, well, what I'm reading here.
Also, we have pretty good evidence from the Talmud that the books were circulated not just as a unit of the 12 minor prophets, but also sometimes separately, like just Zechariah on its own. And we know that to be the case as well from transmission history. Here's one section. It says, it is permitted to include all of the books of the Torah, the prophets, and the Holy Scriptures into a single scroll. So everything all in one scroll. Then he says, 4 empty lines should be left between each book of the Torah and 3 empty lines between each book of the prophets. One should also leave 3 lines between each book of the 12 minor prophets, because the 12 minor prophets were sectioned off as their own collection. So even when you had a scroll that included every single book, the 12 minor prophets still got their own designation.
Yes, no, I get what you're saying. I think it actually goes hand in hand, but like what I'm reading here kind of actually makes sense. I
It
mean,
doesn't make
it
sense.
it doesn't make like modern sense in a way
No,
like how we
it
put
doesn't
things.
make any sense because it's not true, is what I'm saying. They did not circulate books by attaching the 12 minor prophets to Jeremiah. That
But
never
books,
happened. There's
do you?
never been a period in history where Jeremiah was singularly connected with the 12 minor prophets, ever.
No, not in books but in the Bible that does happen.
It does not.
It does because
Show me.
uh so Mark 1 and 2. It was saying
Mark 1 and 2 is another blunder.
that's what I'm saying, that the Bible sometimes
That's what
does
I'm
that. It's just
saying. It
how
was
we
another
used to do
blunder.
things. Sometimes they would just do that, and they would
No,
just.
they wouldn't do it. They had they're idiots, is what I'm saying. Mark 1, it says,
No, I
as
get you. I get you.
written in the prophet Isaiah, see, I'm sending my messenger ahead of you who will prepare your way. That doesn't come from Isaiah. That comes from Malachi.
Malachi. Yeah, I know.
Okay,
That's what
so
I'm saying.
my point is, these people weren't acquainted with the scriptures, which is why they misquote it over and over again. Almost every time the New Testament quotes the Old Testament, they either misquote it, they quote it
Mm.
from the Greek Septuagint poorly, or they misuse it in some way. In fact, I think what the New Testament is doing with the Old Testament should be categorized as abuse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I get you don't really like that. and that's okay. Like it doesn't make modern sense. I get it. I'm
Doesn't
just
make any
pointing out
sense.
to you. No, I 100% understand you. I'm just saying that this is a trend in the Bible. Slight
It's
trend.
not. What's a
So
trend in the Bible is misquoting it, the New Testament misquoting the Old Testament over and over again. But listen,
This hip new
Flackanius,
trend.
it's 3 o'clock. We've got to read what's left of our super chats and close out the show. But thanks for coming up and chatting with us,
okay.
man.
Yeah, I'll definitely try to get on again. This was a little shorter than what I would have liked and what normally happens, right?
Well, we don't mind longer conversations. We have a cutoff at 3. So come on back next week and we'll have another conversation.
Okay, all right, that sounds good, guys. You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
All right,
Yeah,
cheers,
you have a
bud.
great
Take
day.
care.
Yep, same to you.
It's a shame that he couldn't hear you, Blitz.
Yeah.
I know.
I was thinking about conveying, like, after every time Dr. Blitz talked, I was thinking maybe I should say, Dr. Blitz says, and then I'd get the assist on all of your jokes.
If only.
All right,
I
friend.
mean, it's not like I would have done much besides just like get the swish and the dunks with the memes and the jokes, but like still, you want to be heard.
I agree. Also, Blitz showed us the cat. Take my money. Well, DJ Biglix? We agree. Big W on the cat. Cat is beautiful. Thanks for supporting the stream. And Diver Life, thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, you should also add the "Why are you running" sound for whenever you get
That'd be
Phil
pretty
Bros.
funny.
Oh, why are you running? What's that from?
Yeah. I don't actually know where it comes from, but I've definitely seen the clips. And if
Okay.
I feel like if I do the bit, people will think I'm being racist, but it was actually just an African guy saying it, and it's hilarious.
Okay.
Especially with the context of the video. But I'm not gonna do the bit, so I'll have to link you the thing or something later.
Yeah, someone have to send me that sound effect. Thank you for
You
for the
gotta
suggestion.
do it. You gotta whitewash it. Why are you running? Why are you running?
There you go.
Also, it says, whenever you get Phil Bros or just bad faith malacas, that's a good Hanjiism. Love all 3 of y'all. Well, thank you. Rock hard for Doug, Lamp, Lava, and Salt Girl. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. And John, thank you for the super chat. Says, giving away energy, fusion, entropy, heat loss, radioactive decay. We see it in chemistry, including organic. Just a shower thought. Praise Doug. Rock hard. Rock G for Doug? That's got to be a typo. Rock God for Doug. Maybe. I don't know. That'd be a typo. Jessica, thank you for the additional rhyme. Apologists for Islam beware. Ems is always secretly here. That actually is true. Always secretly here, calling from his phone in that deep, soothing tone. Defend your prophet if you dare. And I wouldn't. Have you guys seen Muslim literally run from Ems when he comes up?
Bro, they get
no, but it checks
so
out.
pressed. They're like, oh, not this guy.
It's true. Bend over.
Was that a Crowder reference, by the way?
Which
I don't
one?
know. I don't know Crowder, so.
When Crowder ran from Sam Cedar.
Oh,
Sam Cedar.
that's classic stuff, actually. Bendover says BBC series as well. Secret
said
Life
the thing.
of, and insert plants, birds, mammals, etc. Yeah, I think that's the case. I've seen one of them. I think The Secret Life of Trees, and it was okay. I like the BBC. And Carrie Yo says, you guys help me get through the hard times, like the present caller. Well, thank you, Carrie. We certainly do. I think we see this, what we do here as a service as well, because believing correct and true things, I think, is helpful for humanity. And Piranha, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, Turban sounds, speaks and believes exactly like Terry Davis, which is a hilarious rabbit hole. My friend was scammed into paying $20,000 bail for a scammer. My tithes to Doug got her 3/4 back. Praise. Holy shit. 3/4 back is pretty good. I mean, I'm curious what happened to the other quarter.
Maybe it went to like legal fees.
I could see that. Scams are horrific, and unfortunately, I don't think there's any way to avoid them. Sorry that happened, Piranha. Gretchen, great to see you today. Thank you for the super chat. W Nero says Turban just single-handedly disqualified Canada's right to brag about their education system. For fuck's sake, this
It was
equal parts
rough.
hilarious and painful to listen to. That was tough, actually. There were a couple points where I was like, is this wrong? Like, is
this a bit?
Yeah. Like, something felt a little bit off there. Paint says, Justin, you can't be a king. You didn't vote for you, or I didn't vote for you. Fuck, you're true. According to Monty Python, that is a real problem. I'm still working on my Syndo-anarchic state, or whatever it was.
Anarcho-syndicalism?
Something like that.
No, there's a
Monty Python reference.
There's a bit. It's a bit, and it's a good bit, and I'm glad that you know the
bit. King Peanut says, were the Amalekites a real group of people? Scholars are actually divided. We don't really have evidence of the ancient Amalekites. But being that there are so many other people groups in the Hebrew Bible that do like show up in history, it's possible there was a group called the Amalekites. It's just hard to say. They're constantly doing more archaeological research over there, so it's possible that anytime in the future we might pull up some good data on them. But right now, the Amalekites seem to be a fictional entity as far as our evidence goes. I personally think they probably existed in some way or shape, but we just don't. We're lacking the material evidence for them. Contra Deity says giving bad statutes is in good God's nature always. Yeah, fair. I mean, giving bad statutes, he says so. I mean Ezekiel 20, 24, and 25. He says that I gave them statutes that were bad that they could not follow. I ordered them to sacrifice their own children so as to horrify them. So yeah, he definitely will give them bad statutes when needed. And James Anthony, thank you for the super chat, says, Ian, is B theory of time basically what's described in Slaughterhouse 5?
I've never seen Slaughterhouse 5.
It's a book.
Dr. Blitz, do you know?
It's been so long since I've read it. I read it in like 9th grade. I don't, unfortunately.
But, okay, with all the B theory of time, like imagine that we're all in like a video editor timeline. The entire timeline always exists. There are distinct moments in it. Like each slice is different from each different slice, but the entire thing is all there. That's all the B theory of time is really saying.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, our Wordja, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend, says, Justin, I know you're super duper busy, but can you commit to checking your emails this week or in the next few days? Thank you, mucho, Robin. I can. I don't know what that means.
He can, but he won't.
I've got like 8,000 unread emails. So, and when I search Robin in my inbox, nothing comes up. So I guess I don't know what to tell you. Here's the deal, though. Like if you send me an email, it will show up in my inbox, and I can certainly look for it. But if it doesn't come up under search, I don't really know what else I could do. Maybe email address. Anyway, I will certainly more than happy to look into it. I don't know if it's like something like super pressing. I'm going to be streaming all day today until like 7:30. I can look.
Where are you going to be next?
I'm on AXP after this.
Oh, exciting.
But I could write down a note. I've got a note right now. I'll put Robin on it, and I'll look for a Robin through all my emails and see if there's an email from Robin in there, and we'll set it up. Sorry, so hard to get a hold of me. It's not. If it was just like 10 people trying to get a hold of me, we could probably work it out. But like, like 30,000 people trying to contact me at once, and so basically, I really only get to scan through my emails. Is what was happening, and I don't have a secretary, so I'm doing the best I can. Blitz somehow answers all of his messages. I still don't understand how this happens. It's a miracle.
I mean, I do.
I have no idea. Relax
where did
with
you find
Russell.
the time? Holy shit.
That's pretty crazy. Relax with Russell, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, if crystals did that, you'd have evidence indicative of a creator and reasons to think that God made those things. Absent such indicative evidence, you'd have no reason to think anything was made by God unless you just assume, right?
Well, okay, what you're doing in the fine-tuning argument, you're asking, okay, what would we expect if there was an all-good God? Well, reasonably you would expect that he would create like moral agents. In order to create these moral agents, we need this fine tuning. And, when we look to the world around us, we have this fine tuning. So the fine tuning is something that we would expect if God existed. It's unclear whether we would expect it, or what the theist wants to say is that we don't expect it under the not God hypothesis. We expect it under the God hypothesis. Therefore, it's evidence for the God hypothesis because it's expected on that hypothesis and unexpected on the inverse. That's the argument that they want to make.
Okay, fair enough. And follow up from Relax, it says, like the answers you gave added positive evidence. Oh, probably could have been on the same super chat if I'm reading that correctly. Well, thank you for that, Relax. And Mershak, in regards to Psalm 41, thank you for the super chat, says, and he stormeth throughout the party as if his name shall be El Nino. Amazing reference to the Psalm 41 song. If you In Too Deep. Anyone? Okay, never mind. Niche reference to late 90s pop punk culture. Okay. Matthew, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend, says, correction, Al-Khwarizmi, father of algebra, was Persian, and Persians were the main intellectuals of medicine, math, science, literature, etc. of the Islamic golden age. That was actually my understanding as well. I think most of the people I've listened to or talked to about Islam, they want it to
I'm sorry. You're right. Persian, not Arab. I should get that absolutely right. It's not the same people group.
Yeah, it is actually.
But they were Muslim. The important point is
right.
that Al-Khwarizmi was Muslim, or at least allegedly Muslim. There's questions about whether he was a heretic, but
sure. And there are some questions about how much of their sciences developed prior to the Arab invasion, the Muslim conquest. Some of it might have actually and it's a whole thing. But yeah, they were doing some pretty cool stuff back then. And Reverend 8 says, discernment on the mount. Oh, that's a play on words for the Sermon on the Mount. Very good. Okay, that's good. All right. Discernment on the Mount was pretty good. I like that one. Miko, my friend, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, JW's can do blood transfusions now. 70 years discerning.
Really?
They can't now discern they can. Those words have to be mixed.
Wait, so they can now?
They can do blood fusions now, but they still kind of
no idea.
frowned upon, is from my understanding.
Well, that's good because a lot of people probably died because of that. So
yeah, I think there's some prosecutions. Nevertheless, the point is well taken, Miko. If God discerned that you can't do blood fusions and then later discerned that you could, seems kind of silly. God discerning God thing isn't very effective. And Reverend Nate with the follow-up says 12 minor prophets, Dopey, Sleepy, Grumpy, and Malachi. Oh, fantastic.
Amazing.
Fantastic. Okay. That was good. Fuck, that was really good, actually. And Dynamite Poop, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
Amazing.
And the message is the three of you are amazing. Well, we really appreciate that. And Dynamite, you are amazing for supporting our stream and the work that we do. We can't do it without support from the viewers. And Gretchen, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, thanks for the stream, guys. W. Ian, W. Johan, and crush it tomorrow, Blitzy. Love y'all. Okay, thanks, bye. Well, thank you, Gretchen. Really appreciate that, friend. Hope you're doing well. And Orion is with us. Good to see you, Orion Patch. Why Are You Running? Comes from the 2013 Nigerian Nollywood movie, A Kiss from Rose. Went viral on Vine and all hashtags to the Unholy Trinity. Well, thank you, Orion. That's good background information on that. So when I put a picture on my soundboard, maybe I'll see if I can find a picture from that movie so my brain will connect it too. Thanks, Orion. And last super chat from BitPlanes. Great to see you this morning. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, just think, in another 1,500 years, our dependents will be having these same arguments about how the writers of QAnon were just misinterpreting the New Testament, and the believers will never accept it. And this is fucking true. It really is the case. If you can just take a book and say these words don't mean words, there's no end point to the silly things you can dream up. The sky's the limit, because that's where the firmament is. Nevertheless, Friends, thank you so much for being here. Really super appreciate it. Blitz, Ian, are y'all going live at all today?
No.
I don't think so.
I'm hanging out with my girlfriend.
Hell yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna try to write a few scripts and record some stuff.
Okay. I'll be live at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time on the Eighth Experience with our friend Thinker. So y'all tune in for that show. It should be a lot of fun. And we'll see you again probably Monday, Tuesday when we get back to running streams. Make sure you're all stopping by Blitz's channel this week and watching all of his video drops. He's going to have some extra videos dropping this week. Make sure you stop in, like, comment, and share on the videos. And we'll see you soon,
at
friends.
Dr. Blitz Debunks on the main chat or on that channel. At Dr. Blitz Debunks on YouTube. Go there.